Hello, good morning, and welcome to Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Listen, it's a super Wednesday morning. I am super excited, and I'll tell you why. So yesterday, the lads, the Gunners, Arsenal, gave me proper motivation to come here this morning to serve you breakfast. We beat Real Madrid by 3-0. And what other motivation do you need to be able to wake up and go out there and make a change? Just when everybody had ruled Arsenal out, just when everybody thought it was going to be a weapon by Real Madrid on Arsenal, Arsenal proved to the rest of the world that you have the power in you, yourself, and your abilities to go out there and achieve great things. So do not hesitate, be confident, believe in yourself, go out there and achieve great things. And that is the statement Arsenal has given us from last night. And we're going to celebrate this victory. Actually, we won't let it slide. No way. We won't allow anybody to come and tell us otherwise. We have won at home by 3-0 against Real Madrid. And so, yeah, it's excitement for the rest of the week. And guess what? It's midweek today, so the week is split already. We know how the first half has gone. We are just poised for the second half, preparing for the weekend ahead. Thank you to Arsenal. Thank you to the lads. Go Gunners. Anyways, enough chatter about sports. Welcome to Breakfast Daily, where we serve you the best breakfast in town. We add a little bit of color into your black and white world. And it is my duty, Nanatufo Boateng, to be your chef and to serve you breakfast. Okay, let's bring you some reminders, and then we'll get into the various headlines that are making the dailies this morning. But remember that the show is interactive. We'd like to hear from you what your thoughts are, what your comments are, what your submissions, your contributions are. Let us know what you think about the various topics that we will be discussing on the show, all right? The number is on your screen. Our socials are there, Channel 1 TV, Channel 1 TV on all social media platforms. Follow us, comment, like, subscribe, and share our content, okay? You can check out Channel 1 TV on YouTube as well, where we are streaming live, and you can drop a comment there, and we'll be sure to read it out to the rest of the world. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's tell you about the month of April and what happens on 97.3 City FM. Okay, we've packaged what we call a Seasons of Prayer. This is every weekday in the month of April, from April 1 to April 30, 2025. At midnight, between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m., we'll bring you the Midnight Cry, where we invite you to join us to pray for our country, our families, our businesses, and ourselves. All right? It doesn't stop there. We'll take it to this is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., which is also live on 97.3 City FM. And then at midday, that's 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., we'll bring you the prayer encounter, which is live on Facebook. And so you can join us so we pray together. City 973 on Facebook, at City 973 on X, at City 973 FM on Instagram, and the website www.citynewsroom.com. All this is in preparation for the big one, which happens on May 1 every year. This year, as always, or as usual, May 1 will be a holiday, and so from the morning all the way up to 1 p.m., we'll entreat you to join us for the family consecration service. And so the Seasons of Prayer serves as a prelude, prepares us, our minds, our hearts towards God and his miracles, his blessings, which always come to bear at the family consecration service on May 1. And so throughout the month of April, we're praying together under the banner of what we call Seasons of Prayer. We'd like for you to join us at midnight from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and at midday also 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And we'll pray together for Ghana. We'll pray for our businesses. We'll pray for our families. We'll pray for ourselves. And we hope and look forward unto God to bless us as his people. All right? Okay. So we're about to get into the headlines this morning. We'll bring you some of the front pages of the various newspapers as they have reported on the various stories that are making waves in the news. Let me start off with the Daily Guide newspaper, okay? Front page of the Daily Guide newspaper says, Ghana Bauxite Company targets 6 million tons by year end. Ghana Bauxite Company targets 6 million tons by year end. Minority petitions diplomatic core over air-med flight saga. Minority petitions diplomatic core over air-med flight saga. We will tackle trade barriers. Commonwealth Secretary General. That's Shirley Ayoko Botwe speaking there. More ECG cables meters are found in Takrady and Kumasi. And you have a picture of some of the cables found in Kumasi there. 7 soldiers remanded over civilian deaths in Kumasi. Not so welcoming news coming in there from the Ashanti region. Yesterday, these soldiers were in court, and the court has remanded them for investigations to continue. So that's the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's get into the news center. The news center this morning says no more jobs for retirees. That's the major story. It says no more jobs for retirees. Mahama suspends post-retirement contracts in public service. No more jobs for retirees. Mahama suspends post-retirement contracts in public service. Suspicious flights. Minority petitions diplomatic community. Suspicious flights. Minority petitions diplomatic community. We know that yesterday the ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament and the MP for Damongo, former Lands and Natural Resources Minister Samuel Abdullahi Jinapor, petitioned the diplomatic community regarding the allegations made by the ranking member on the Interior and Defence Committee of Parliament and MP for Asen South, Reverend Intim Fojo, John Intim Fojo. Samuel Abdullahi Jinapor has petitioned the diplomatic community for some probe, or if you like, investigations into this matter. We'll bring you details of that. We'll probably read out this petition. It's a 10-page petition. We'll probably read it out and get into the details on the show. All right. 3 journalists arrested in first quarter of Mahama presidency. 3 journalists arrested in first quarter of Mahama presidency. We don't know if it's too soon to draw a trend, but we'll see how that goes. And then there's a story here that says CEO for a day, MTN empowers young women. CEO for a day, MTN empowers young women. And then when you go to the top left-hand corner, it says Zoom Lion denies allegations of employing land guards. Zoom Lion denies allegations of employing land guards. All right, let's get into the Ghanaian Times. The front page of the Ghanaian Times, quite heavy. Major story says digitization of lands commission, $165 million required to implement. And so you have a picture of the lands minister on the front page. He's the one speaking, and he says to fully digitize the lands commission, Ghana will require $165 million. We'll see. All right. Ghana Bauxite Company targets 6 million tons production by year end. Okay, also that's on the front page of the Ghanaian Times. You have President launches Feed Ghana program in Techiman Saturday. Okay, so this Saturday, the president will be in Techiman to launch what is dubbed the Feed Ghana project under the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. We'll see what becomes of that. We await the outcome so we can get details of exactly what this program seeks to do. Bono Rexeg resolves to end conflict between cattle herders and farmers. Bono Rexeg resolves to end conflict between cattle herders and farmers. All right, that's the front page of the Ghanaian Times. The new publisher is here. Has a picture of Reverend John Intim Fojo, Member of Parliament for Asen South and the ranking member on the Defence and Interior Committee. And the story says, MP keeps cocaine hardcore evidence. NACOC threatens arrest. Jinapor runs to diplomats. Okay, so it's broken it down, giving you subtitles or sub-headlines to this particular story. It says, MP keeps cocaine hardcore evidence. NACOC threatens arrest. Jinapor runs to diplomats. Okay, other stories include Okada riders below age 25 will be arrested. Government sets new rules. Okada riders below age 25 will be arrested. Government sets new rules. All righty. OSP, NCCE team up to fight corruption. OSP, NCCE team up to fight corruption. And you have dubious $1 million ICT contract by TDC awarded in 2012 and not under MPP. We'll get into the details of that as well. When you go to the Informer newspaper, front page says National Cathedral brouhaha, Pratt, Senpoa, Fire Minister. National Cathedral brouhaha, Prat Senpoa Fire Minister. Then you have OSP collaborating with the NCC to fight corruption, also on the front page. Airport drugs, cash are concern, not Adjoasafo. This is attributed to the NPP, comes with a picture of the party's General Secretary, Justin Frimpong Kodia. GTEC warns against misuse of honorary titles. As the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. GTEC warning against misuse of honorary titles. Then you have the Zoom Lion story also here, rubbishing allegations of employing the services of land guards. That's it for the informer. I take you to the custodian. Front page of the custodian says, we don't use land guards in our operations. Again, Zoom Lion making that declaration. And then you have culture of silence and brute force under Mahama. 3 journalists arrested in 3 months. Many houses raided. So like I mentioned, I don't know if it's too soon to draw a trend, but what we do know and can speak to is the fact that 3 journalists have already been arrested in the last 3 months under John Dramani Mahama's administration. You had that of Katechie Frifa. You had Gordon Bediako of Wontumi TV, and then also Prosper Agbenyega, who runs an online news portal. He was also invited by the National Security and questioned over a story he had published regarding some documents that had been leaked into the public space. All right, when you go to the top-hand corner of the custodian newspaper, though, it says minority seeks diplomatic assistance in Gran Canaria flight scandal. Okay, it comes with a picture of Samuel Abdullahi Gina Paul there. Let's get to the Chronicle. The Chronicle newspaper says GBC targets 6 million tons of bauxite, invest $122 million in infrastructure. GBC, here being the Ghana Bauxite Company, targets 6 million tons of bauxite, invest $122 million in infrastructure. Alleged cocaine at KIA, minority rights to diplomatic community. Like I said earlier, Samuel Jinapo yesterday wrote a letter to the diplomatic community requesting assistance in investigating the activities of these 2 aircraft that landed in the country somewhere in March. Okay. Amabua charges Lands Commission to work towards restoring its credibility. That's the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Emmanuel Amakufibua. The scripture for the day, you can trust the Chronicle to always bring you one, is taken from the book of Proverbs, the chapter 16, the verse 3. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. May the Lord add his blessings to the reading of his word. Amen. Let's get into the Herald newspaper. Larry Dogbe's Herald newspaper, front page, Ibrahim Mahama quells fugitive Nigerians' road rage, guns and power at play. Ibrahim Mahama quells fugitive Nigerians' road rage, guns and power play. Yesterday, we had a conversation into that story where a Nigerian allegedly blocked the road to an apartment, requesting that he be given access or keys to access certain floors of that particular apartment complex. And we had been told today by the Herald, as was espoused yesterday by Larry Dogbe himself, that Ibrahim Mahama had to intervene to get the gentleman to attend to the calls or invitations by the security apparatus. Quite disturbing, because we need to deal with issues of individuals arrogating some power or authority to themselves in this country. We are a sovereign nation and should not allow any individual to run down our security agencies or national security operatives. It is never done. And same cannot even be replicated in his own country. And so we shouldn't sit here and allow someone or whoever arrogates power to themselves and display such impunity, such impudence in open display. It's not done anywhere. And we should not sit here and allow this to fester. This could be one person. Before you know, others are picking up same attitude. And then we have a disaster waiting to happen on our hands. And so we should put a stop to this now and deal with it, not with kids' gloves, but as heavily as it should be dealt with, so that we stop it once and for all. All right, let me bring you other stories on the front page of the Herald. IGP ECG boss, first casualties of Mahama's no post-retirement contract directive. IGP ECG boss, first casualties of Mahama's no post-retirement contract directive. Yesterday, we know that Mr. Mahama issued a directive to the public sector or the civil service, including the security agencies and all persons on the government's payroll, that no contracts will be extended after persons reach their mandated 60 years and go on retirement. Previously, there was an extension of contracts for persons beyond the age of 60. Now, Mr. Mahama says no contract extensions for persons beyond the retirement age. We've had some reactions to this from the labor front and, of course, from other sectors. We'll be getting into it, bringing you some details and other perspectives regarding this particular matter on the show. All right, other stories say minority runs after diplomatic intervention in Gran Canaria cocaine flights claim. Minority runs after diplomatic intervention in Gran Canaria cocaine flights claim. And then you have Czech president condemns U.S. tariffs on Ghana and others as unilateral and harmful. And you see the Czech president there, Peter Pavel, in a handshake with our own John Dramani Mahama. Iyoko sniffs corruption at Ridge Hospital. Iyoko sniffs corruption at Ridge Hospital. GBC boss's tenure in limbo over missing presidential approval. Okay, that's the front page of the Herald newspaper. The Daily Graphic this morning says, opioids abuse destroying nation's youth. Renowned psychiatrist sounds alarm. Opioids abuse destroying nation's youth. Renowned psychiatrist sounds alarm. Comes with a picture of Professor J.B. Asare, a former chief psychiatrist. Okay. TDC invites Iyoko to probe procurement breaches. TDC invites Iyoko to probe procurement breaches. Ghana Bauxite Company targets 6 million tons production this year. GTEC warns of abuse of honorary degrees. And then when you go to the back page, EU intervenes to address perennial water crisis in Tamale and Damongo. And then you have the GIS foils cocoa smuggling attempt at Kauku-Jago border. This is the Ghana Immigration Service foiling cocoa smuggling attempts at Kauku-Jago border. This is around Bumprugu in the northeast region. The final paper for me this morning will be the Inquisitor. One-ton sale of TDC lands under NPP, allocatees traced to cemetery. Interested. One-ton sale of TDC lands under NPP, allocatees traced to cemetery. GBC committed to environmental protection mining. GBC committed to environmental protection mining. Iyoko chases corrupt elements at Ridge Hospital. Iyoko chases corrupt elements at Ridge Hospital. And Zoomlion does not engage land guards on the front page of the Inquisitor newspaper. I'll take you online real quick. Channel1news.com. Channel 1 is leading with a story on the petition to have the CJ removed. And it says, CJ removal petitions kept confidential. CJ removal petitions kept confidential. This is Kwachio Fosu making or giving that assurance. Supreme Court hears Asafua's case on CJ removal process today. We know that Vincent Asafua MP has filed a suit at the Supreme Court challenging the constitutional process employed by Mr. Mahama to have the CJ removed. Today, the court is scheduled to hear this case. Mr. Asafua is being represented by the former Attorney General, Godfred Yabuadame. So we'll see the outcome of that case in court today. Galamsey fight. You can't set deadlines. It's a lifelong battle. Kwachio Fosu speaking there. Galamsey fight. You can't set deadlines. It's a lifelong battle. Kwachio Fosu again says allegations on suspicious flights stem from unverified claims. Allegations of suspicious flights stem from unverified claims. Again, Kwachio Fosu says Intim Fojo has no evidence of drug trafficking claims. Intim Fojo has no evidence of drug trafficking claims. And then that's Kwachio Fosu. He was on the face-to-face show with Umaru Sanda Amadu on Channel 1 television last night. And these are some of the stories culled out of that interview. Quite an interesting one. You can catch the repeats later today at about 2 p.m. thereof on Channel 1 television. It's an interview you must watch, but it's also You have bits of it on our YouTube, Channel 1 TV, so you can catch it there as well, if indeed you missed the live show or the show last night. Face to face with Umaru Sanda Amadu. All right, looking at Galamsey, he says, focus on economic empowerment, not punishment. Focus on economic empowerment, not punishment. This is the former EPA boss. He was on the Channel 1 newsroom last night, sat with Frema Adunyame, and this is what he says. Focus on economic empowerment, not punishment. This is in a bit or part of the Galamsey fight. That's his suggestion. GACL refutes allegations of involvement in suspicious flights claims. GACL refutes allegations of involvement in suspicious flights claims. Post-retirement contracts. Be flexible in special cases. Professor Ajimendua to government. Professor Ajimendua is a governance analyst, and he is asking that government be flexible in special cases regarding the post-retirement contracts that have been cancelled per a directive by the president. In the Ashanti region, 7 soldiers remanded over alleged fatal assault on civilians. We know that out of this particular issue also, 2 persons have lost their lives. 7 military officers, including a driver, have been interdicted. They have been put before court. The court has remanded them, and investigations continue into this matter. But the families of the deceased, the affected persons, are demanding justice regarding this particular matter. Now, you have government suspends post-retirement contracts for public servants. Jinapo calls on diplomatic community to intervene in suspicious flight saga. And then you have Ghana risks losing EU timber access over legislative delay. Then you have suspicious flights. In Team Forjos claims baseless. This is Chumberima. Chumberima is with the NACOC, Narcotics Control Commission. So when you go online, channel1news.com, as well as citynewsroom.com, you get details of these stories and several others there. Do well to log on to these websites. And of course, you can also join us on our socials, where we'll be putting a lot of details of these stories on there. There's a lot of video content on our YouTube, Channel 1 TV, so you can catch up with whatever you've missed out on regarding news, current affairs, politics, entertainment, information, as well as some education. But this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Nanatu Boate. Stay with us. We'll take a quick spin. When we come back, we'll get into conversations surrounding some of the big stories that have made it to the front pages of our various dailies. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picky, picky. No lala Jay.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Me ke man bi mo no nya Kofi Adam no mai ka mi. Matwale. Ma ke la ke no ya ne. Mene. Fe mo sha ko ba club fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo she. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside.
Wow.
Tuesdays,
Tuesday, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our story.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Thank you so much for staying with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. It's time to get into some conversations regarding the various stories that have made it to the front pages of the various newspapers and, of course, some on our web portals. To help me digest or bring perspectives to these matters that we'll be looking at, today I have a lady and two gentlemen. So I'll start off with the lady. Akusia Menu is a former deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority, Good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to have you.
Good to see you.
Great, great, great. Then we have a former member of parliament for Medina, one we haven't seen in a while, Alhaji Ahmad Sorogo. Alhaji, good morning.
Salaam alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I hope all is well.
Well, you see, I've been on tree program. You see, I started speaking tree. You know, I'm fine. I'm not happy, of course. You know, having gone through 2 very terrible accidents or incidents over the last 3 weeks, having lost my son through an accident 3 weeks ago, and having lost a very bosom friend, a teacher, a mentor, you know, Sampi Ali. I've not been a happy man, but that is what Allah wills, and that is what should happen.
We're sharing the grief of the family, and we ask that God Himself consoles them. I spoke with Nana Benin, the son, yesterday. I think the family is doing fine. They're still putting themselves together. But we wish them all the best.
Thank you.
The editor of the News Center is also here. The News Center newspaper, and of course, newscenter.com. Elvis Dako. Good morning, Elvis.
Good morning, Nana.
It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Well, Elvis, I'm sure we've been here, we've spoken about some of these issues, but they're still making it into the mainstream news cycle, so we'll still be getting more perspectives on it. We'll start off with the issue of suspicious flights and alleged drug trafficking and money laundering. Yesterday, a ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament, member of Parliament for Damongo, Samuel Abdullahi Jenapo, petitioned the diplomatic community. I read a story from channel1news.com, which says Jenapo calls on diplomatic community to intervene in suspicious flights saga. Story by Abigail Arthur. And it reads, Samuel Jenapo, ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament, has formally appealed to the diplomatic community to assist in addressing the controversy surrounding alleged suspicious flights that arrived from Gran Canaria. On Tuesday, April 8, 2025, Jenapo, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, wrote to Maher Kher, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and Ambassador of Lebanon to Ghana, requesting intervention via diplomatic channels. The appeal follows a Minority Caucus press conference held on April 1, 2025, highlighting critical security concerns, including allegations that AirMed and Kavok Air flights carried illicit goods and money. So basically, the minority is asking for some intervention, some assistance from the diplomatic community. But locally, we know that the president has ordered a probe into the matter and requested that the one that alleged, that's the ranking member on the Defense and Interior Committee, Member of Parliament for Asen South, Reverend Tim Fojo, John Tim Fojo, assist with the investigations. So far, it's been a back and forth, more like a dodgy situation. The Reverend Tim Fojo says he has not officially been invited. He has not received any invitation from the security agencies. Government Communications Minister Felix Kwachiofu, who says Reverend Tim Fojo has not honored invitation. Yesterday, we heard from NACOC, deputy, I think his coordinator there, Chumberima, saying that if indeed Reverend Tim Fojo continues with not responding to or acknowledging their invitation, they will be forced to cause his arrest. Now that the minority has written to the diplomatic community, I'll start with you, Akuzia. Is this the way to go?
Good morning to your viewers. I'm happy to be back here on this set. And I think that it is the way to go. Why? Because when this issue started, the first instance where Reverend Fojo raised an alarm, and duly so, as the ranking member on Interior in Parliament. I remember that we saw the president take to his social media and state that an investigation into the matter was necessary. Subsequently, we saw the spokesperson, or the Minister of Government Communications, as they call it, come out in a spirited defense on the matter. Now, if the spokesperson to the president steps out to speak, my understanding is that he's speaking the mind of the president. But what did we realize in a space of within a day or two? Whatever he said raised concerns. In fact, if I was to broadly pinpoint the concerns, it will start with one, the conflicting airplane registration numbers. 2, we'll come to disputed maintenance timelines. 3, we'll come to even the cargo transport legality of AirMed. We'll come to contradictions on the flight routing. And the 5th is we'll come to, well, I literally said it was staged. That the maintenance video they put out there was staged. These 5.
You believe it was staged?
Listen, you know, let's not downplay this. And I'm happy that the minister, the MP for Damongo has chosen that route. Why? Because in the first instance, when the president put that tweet out as far as investigations goes, the spokesperson then comes to tell us that an investigation into the matter is not necessary, but is more of making Reverend Fojo a scapegoat. So who is in charge? Your president says we have to investigate the matter. The minister comes out to say, no need. Let's look more into what the MP is alleging. Then, thanks be to God, fact-checking social media, amongst other things, shows the inconsistencies. I was shocked that, in fact, on Sunday, and you saw on X, I was going back and forth with him, that the picture you put out there shows N864 AM Ahmed. That was the picture you showed. Now, people investigated that, interestingly. Now, with Grok and AI and all of that, says even that picture is suspicious as far as even whether it was actually in Kotoka. Now, you allege that the 864 came from Luanda. It turns out that was false. Now, questions are, why are you defending in the way you are defending? That's where the alarm bells went up. That why are you positioning yourself, even as a spokesperson for AirMed? And all of this, we've all run away from the core question of 2 AirMeds show up. So, in my mind, there's a medical evacuation, a medical emergency. Then you tell us that a plane had a fault as far as tires are concerned. So that it took off and mid-air, they did hit a bed, there are no potholes in the sky. Like how? How did that come about? And then the picture you prop up are people, somebody we said, you can decide to be petty, but even the workmen were not in the right gear as far as airport protocols are concerned. And what made it worse yesterday was that release from Ghana Airport Company Limited. I'm surprised you didn't mention it. The tone of that letter was as dismissive, arrogant as the posture of the spokesperson when this issue came. In fact, he even swayed from on the issue and was attacking the person of the Reverend, labeling him, calling him names. Even on his appearance on Newsfile on Saturday, we saw that the MD of PMMC had been dispatched in typical style, like they were as in opposition, to go and confiscate the matters, muddy the waters and make it, And right after he finished, there was a spirited PR saying that the Reverend had run away, amongst other things. He's put out his information there. I saw a statement by the spokesperson, which is most unfortunate, that he said an NPP person at Ghana Airport or something gave him that information. That's sad. The Reverend has every right to question. We are interested parties now because every single thing you told us turns out to be false. And even for media houses, I'm like, why? You can't just dismiss it and make it look like it's one of those things. No, it certainly isn't. What is your interest in the matter? What was his interest in the matter, and what was his interest in the way he put out the information? You put out a video. The video doesn't lie, where you categorically stated the reasons why those planes came. In fact, all along, my mind was on N823 AM. That was only the AirMed flight that I knew was in discussion. So he introduced N864 and said N864 had come. N864 actually now said it brought spare parts. Then to make it worse, on the Sunday, as we were doing the back and forth with him, I was on X doing the back and forth with him. Then I see 2 media houses release a footage of government releases video of maintenance of the aircraft. This time we see a cargo plane where look, even Kumawood can't even have done this production.
Is it standard procedure to record the maintenance?
No. It certainly is a standard procedure. That's
why
the
videos did not look like CCTV footage.
Look, so for instance, if you want to prove that they were men who showed up at the airport, given the standards that our airports currently has, it's very easy to pull out the CCTV video so that we'll see the plane coming in, we'll see the workmen coming out, we'll see the gears they had. Even with the Kovac air flight, you said it came with jerry cans and oil and all sorts of things. Even stating categorically that in Luanda they didn't even have the garage to fix the problems the plane had. And I fact checked that. They actually are equipped to do that. So to fly all the way to come to Ghana, that is where it doesn't add up. So 2 + 2 has become 4 in the minds of Ghanaians, but he has given us a different equation altogether. Now, the bottom line of this is, I don't even trust the probe that the president is asking for, because now his spokesperson has implicated him in the matter. Not because we have something to say that we've seen parcels of whatever as others are throwing in, but because the sequence of events shows that there was a deliberate attempt to lie to the public. He told bare-faced lies. Listen, a concern is raised, and I highlighted it to you. You lied about the maintenance flight path. You lied about the aircraft. You lied about the maintenance schedule. You lied about the routes. So based on what did you have that information to come and put out? And in your spirited defense, even staffers at the Jubilee House were calling names, were calling the reverend names. We're speaking to his person and not the issue. So if all these things, I've given you 5 broad points as far as I'm concerned.
Areas of doubt.
Yes, these are the 5 areas of doubt clearly established. And this is not us presenting, this is not even me coming to say this is what I have found out. This is based on what information you gave us consistently and repeatedly. We play it back and we look at it and we're like, no. This is not adding
Something
up.
doesn't add
So
up. Okay.
I'm calling for a bipartisan committee. And this government loves committees. It wouldn't hurt for them to add another one. A bipartisan committee put together to look into the matter. The tone of Ghana Airport Company Limited, the dismissive, arrogant posture they had in that letter. In point, look at that letter in point 3, they are literally alluding to other security agencies. And then later come back to say that one in Team Forger, as if we don't even know his locus in this country. It's not fair. It represents what the government has done. It also suggests that the president is also not in charge. That's another conversation I want to come back to.
Very well. We'll get into that, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Let me come to Alhaji. Alhaji, you think if the Reverend Intim Fojo makes available whatever evidence he has on this matter, it will put it to rest?
Well, let me once again use this opportunity to, I think maybe this may be the first time that I have entered this studio and explained it, everything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What the MPP has managed to do and achieve is to turn away Ghanaians' attention, divert our attention from what is currently happening.
What is happening?
The problems that we are facing from the energy sector, the missing containers that are running into billions of where Ghanaians are all crying that we should arrest all those perpetrators, jail them. A lot of the issues from Parliament, where Fenyoma King and his group are all struggling very hard to defend. You know, there's a difference between MPP and NDC. NDC just didn't get up and come and form a government. MDC is in government because Ghanaians voted massively and rejected the MPP. NDC is in power because we sold our manifesto. We told them what we can do, what they expect us to do, what we can do. And so they agreed. The MPP also brought theirs and they rejected and said, no, we are going with the NDC. And so for the first time, the NDC comes in with a majority in Parliament. In fact, overwhelming majority. Yeah. I think if the MPP had gotten this overwhelming majority, maybe our constitution would have been changed long ago. But this is NDC for you, and this is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for you. You know, I am shocked that at this present day, year, century, an MPP can sit down and imagine flights come and go, they come and go, and just imagine that, no, this plane that came, initially, Reverend Intim Fojo said he was speaking on behalf of the committee, Defense and Interior. When he was challenged, he said no, he was speaking on behalf of the minority. There's this inconsistency. We didn't even know where he's coming from in the first place. Then he claims that, look, there is credible intelligence to suggest that the planes that came were carrying what? Illicit drugs, cocaine, and money. And so, you know, I mean, I think that, yes, this is a very good Ghanaian wanting to help Ghana. And so if you've made such allegation, the only thing is for you even to go and say, look, come, I'm prepared to help you, this and this and this. And then you are being called, assist, and then you start running away. Now, just yesterday, you know, there's another MPP that's saying that Reverend Intim never said that there's cocaine and that he was only Reverend Intim. This from Kwesi Kwarteng, member of member MPP communication team. I know maybe, of course I may know him. He says Reverend Intim Fojo has never made a conclusive statement that there was cocaine in the aircraft. All he called for was an investigation. You see what is happening? Every Ghanaian came to believe that yes, Intim Fojo says there is credible that there's cocaine, the plane carried cocaine. Now the company comes out to deny it, brings out the sequence where the plane is coming from, showed everything. I'm not interested in what Felix Owusu-Kwachi said. Fosu-Kwachi. Yeah, Fosu-Kwachi. I am interested in looking at what is down there. You know, Madam started by condemning Ghana Airport Company. And I think I have the letter here. And the way she condemned it, I'm surprised. Because the letter is straight. And if you have time, you can pull it out.
The tone and language.
No, what is the tone?
Her own estimation, it's not one.
No, there's an average understanding of every letter. I mean, we all went to school. When we say woman, we know what a woman is. When we say a man, we know what is meant to be a man. Okay? This is the letter that management wrote. Before they wrote this letter, there were a lot of communicators from the MPP saying that why is Fosu-Kwachi talking, because I mean it is the Ghana Airport Company that should come out, it is the civil aviation that should come out, and they decided to come out. Coming out to...
Could they have come out better? Because we all know who the Reverend Intim Fojo is. And the letter describes him as one Reverend Intim Fojo.
Well, that is a tone. I wouldn't do that. I would have gone straight to say
the
the member of parliament.
With the
no,
letter.
no. I mean, there's no insult there. To me, there's no insult there. Okay? They are also maybe hurt, but of course you don't transport your personal feelings onto official documentation or whatever. Right. I agree perfectly. But the letter, they just told you landing permits, who grants them? Civil aviation grants them. They tell you security checks, they are part, they checked. They sequence everything and concluded by saying that there is nothing like that. And that one, maybe they didn't know the Intim Fojo. I know him. As a former member of parliament for the people of Medina, 12 years, I definitely, and having been a political animal, I definitely know him.
Reverend Intim Fojo has been MP for, I think, also 12 years.
Well, I don't know.
He served as Deputy Education Minister. He is ranking member on the Defense and Interior Committee of Parliament.
Yeah, of course. You know, ranking member cannot just get up and speak on behalf of the committee. I was a chairman for Mines and Energy for 6 years. I was a chairman for Trade, Industry and Tourism for 6 years. During President Kufuor's time, I was a deputy ranking for Mines and Energy. You just cannot get up and say you are speaking on behalf of the committee. You are not the head of the committee. Okay? There is a chairman. There's a complete structure that you need to follow. And for you to say I'm speaking on behalf of the committee, there should have been a meeting. You agree on what and what to say. You take a common stand before you go out there. What I as Sorogo, have managed to come out is that, look, the MPP, their backs are just on the wall. Things are so bad. If you look at the way the economy has started picking, okay? If you look at how interest rates are coming down, if you look at the treasury bills, everything that are coming down, the rates. Definitely, if you are somebody who wouldn't want Ghana to prosper, you should be worried. And I think that the MPP, they have not come out of their slumber. The defeat was just too much. I know. Of course, you know. The suffering, nobody anticipated, even your own people. I mean, they were well friends. They knew they were going to lose. But to that, level, it's terrible. And so they are still in that confused state. But they should take their time. John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, has 48 months. We've done only 3 months. There's no way you can compare that to somebody who did 48 times to 96 months and brought us where we are. Okay? So I just want to say, to me, Reverend Intimbwat, I welcome whatever that they want to say, but to the diplomatic corps, what is he trying to do? Why is he not? He's not asking the security agencies, so he doesn't even have confidence in the security agencies of Ghana.
Perhaps the diplomatic corps are privy to some information.
No, privy
they can
to
help
what?
Get cargo flight tracking and all
and
that.
And you think that His Excellency the President, the committee that is setting to probe, cannot get this information from the diplomatic corps? Let us stop this politicking. You see, we are building
think that's what
Ghana.
we're doing with the issue? We're politicizing the issue.
It's unnecessary. But there's one thing that I've come to realize. I think that MPP during their tenure, there were a lot of cocaines here and there, but nobody was able to arrest them. His Excellency John comes, and within this short space of time, look at the arrest, 350 million a year, this year. They are just making sure that they will not give room for these things. And I also suspect that MPP might have been using some of these ambulances to ferry their cocaine. Because I'm thinking, I'm of the belief that yes, because I would never sit and think that an air ambulance can come and they will load cocaine into the air ambulance to go. Unless you've done it before and you know that it is possible. I find it very difficult to understand. Okay? So, if you have done all these things and they say, come and help us, why are you running away? It's as simple as that. Now, Madam is saying that a bipartisan committee.
Yes, because we can't trust the executive. We can't.
No, you can trust Parliament?
We can't trust the
executive.
executive.
No, will you trust Parliament?
The executive is now exposed because of the comments of the spokesperson.
Madam.
But if it's bipartisan, then you have people
Absolutely.
on this side.
What is bipartisan? There's one president and there's one party in charge of Ghana. MPP
so the
is not
committee
in charge.
can do its work, and then whatever comes
I'm
out
saying
of it, the president can decide
whatever that they have, nobody is preventing the MPP, the communicators like Madam, to go before the committee and put whatever facts they have down. It's as simple as that. And if they don't deal with that, then you have the right to go out and say, look, they wanted it, I provided it, it didn't work with it. But to sit somewhere and be talking and be saying that diplomatic corps should come in, as if we are at war in Ghana. There are serious problems in Ghana affecting us.
When you met the diplomatic corps a couple of years ago, was there war? There was no war. The concern is that the country should not be delayed.
When you were talking, you see, I was quiet. You were saying so many things.
Alaji, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll wait.
I was so quiet, and I know you.
Let me get to Elvis for his thoughts.
So all what I'm saying is that the opportunity is here. Reverend, go. Because there was something I read, one of their lawyers, who says that no, the onus to prove now lies with the government. And that it is not for Reverend Ntimboateng to come and help them. All what he did was that he asked them to investigate. Do you just think if everybody gets up and asking the president to investigate on vain promises or things which are not real? Can we move forward? Is it one of the ways to frustrate? Because remember...
But the president found it worthy of an investigation.
Exactly, because the president thinks that Ghana should be zero. We shouldn't allow any drug or something. The resetting is not going to allow for any of this thing. So they listen. This is a president. It's not Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo would have brushed it down. The carpet, come on, come and bring proof. But His Excellency John Dawam said, no, me. I will even smell it. Look, go in, check whatever it is. Let's deal with it. Now come and help us. You allege, you have facts, and you are saying that intelligence. So you have intelligence, and you are saying that no, I'm not prepared to do it. They're calling you, you won't come. So definitely, and the reputation of Ghana is at stake. And so the president will not sit down and allow whatever that we have to do, come. Either you say, look, I'm sorry, I didn't know, and then we move forward. But if you are still insisting, with MPP still insisting, and calling on the diplomatic call, but this is serious. It means that they know what they are doing.
But it's serious. Yeah, serious.
It really is. And
they know what they are doing, so they should come and help.
We know the dangers of the drug trade and its impacts on wherever it happens. How we are dealing with it as a country. An allegation made by no mean person and a member of parliament who sits on the Defense and Interior Committee as a ranking member. How we are dealing with it. I mean, are we treading on dangerous grounds?
I think Monday I said it here. It's all about the communication. If the communication had not gone the way it's gone, a lot of the issues we are talking about here really would not be an issue. If you listen to Reverend Tim for just first press conference he made, he never thought that the flights brought in cocaine or anything. The point he made was that he does not think that it is a coincidence that at the time that there is bust of cocaine in two separate locations in Ghana and the volumes were huge. Within that same period, there were two
suspicious flights,
suspicious private jets that landed at Kotoka Airport, and one spent 5 days at the airport. So he did not say that the flights were carrying contraband or anything. His position was clear that if he, in his view, this flight came in the same time that announcements of cocaine busts in the country have happened. And for that reason, he thinks that there has to be questions about what those
flights were doing here.
Flights were doing in Ghana for one to last as much as 5 days. And because he mentioned the cocaine bust, people now try to interpret what he has said, that the flights are
so
the
it's
airport.
An inference that
it's an inference we were making. If anybody can go and replay the press conference he did in Parliament.
Alaji, I see you shaking your head.
No,
seriously.
A lot of conversations have come up, but anybody can go and replay the press conference.
Sorry, Elvis. Alaji, did you hear Reverend Tim Fojo say emphatically that the flights carried cocaine?
He said, I have credible intelligence to suggest that the plane is there to carry illicit drugs and their money.
So you heard him say this?
Yeah. In the press conference, he said it. And on all the papers, read it. On all platforms,
what the papers have reported on our platform is different from what somebody has said.
Exactly. Because that presser, it's just as Elvis is saying.
You need to be careful. You can say one thing, and the reportage will do their own inference.
Let's hear Elvis.
You can say one thing. The reporter can make his own inference of what you have said and write it and report it the way he or she thinks is what you have said. That's why I've said that we need to look at the communication around every issue very well. If you miscommunicate or misinterpret what people have said, it will mean several other things. Okay. And the ranking member on defense and Interior is a very important position in any country. So if the ranking member of that committee raises an issue, it should not be an issue that should be taken lightly. And intelligence, as we say, does not mean that you are having hardcore evidence in hand. Intelligence. Anybody can just give you a tip-off and say, I think I saw this thing here. Can you look into it? It does not mean that the person says, I saw them carrying this or that. This thing that has happened, I think is suspicious. So sometimes when we talk about people saying, I think this thing is suspicious, I think we have to look into this. And then we jump to the conclusion and then bring evidence. Then once we continue with that approach, we're not going to get to the bottom of very many things. In any serious country, even a social media post in an obscure page somewhere, intelligence agencies are monitoring and following up to find out whether there's any merit in it or not. But as I've said of all this issue, when the Reverend said what he said, and the President directed that there should be a committee to investigate, and actually, the President's statement actually mentioned the institutions that should constitute the committee. As a communication person, as a journalist, government communication should just have ceased from that point.
There.
Simple.
So the agencies do their work.
For the agencies to do their work, present their report, and then if you want to question anything in the report presented, then the communication can restart from there. But when the President gives the directive and says this is what should be done, and even before the committee starts work, as we speak, I don't know whether the committee has started work or not, there's no communication to that effect. Then appointees of government and members of the party in government decide to jump out there and make all kinds of statements. You invite others to also come on board. And that is why we are having this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yesterday, Felix Kwachiof also spoke with Umaru Sandamadu on the face-to-face. And he said waiting for the committee to finish its work might leave too much room for Ghanaians to believe what he says is a lie.
So how did you confirm it's a lie when the investigation is not done?
Well, he claims he's put out evidence to counter
this is why we are in a murky situation.
Everything he said was a lie.
He also says what Intim Fojo says is a lie.
No.
On what basis?
We have fact-checked him. It's
No,
a
if
lie.
the President believes it's not a lie.
Even the picture he posted on his ex was a lie.
If the President believes...
Why would he admit to that?
Is Felix saying that the President has set up a committee to investigate a lie? Is that what he's trying to say? See, so sometimes when I've told you the way we portray communication or our understanding is the problem we are having in this country. When you see Ghana Airport Company statement yesterday, when I saw it, I said, this is a political statement written for them to put out.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
that's your own
understanding.
Political statement.
Yes.
I'm not even
Allow me why I think so.
I agree with you.
No serious corporate will do this as a PR release. Never. No serious corporate organization will write this. Give it to any PR expert and ask the PR expert that if you are being accused as an organization, somebody accuses you that you are involved in something, you are releasing a statement as an organization. If this is what you release, as a member of parliament and a ranking member of committee, you can't refer to me as one reverend team. So you are telling me that
for the benefit of those who have not seen the statement.
Put the statement on your...
You can put it on the screen.
Let me read it out. It's on the Ghana Airports Company Limited letterhead. Says press statement. The attention of the management of Ghana Airports Company Limited, GACL, has been drawn to media publications making false allegations concerning the involvement of Ghana Airports Company Limited officials in passing false information to one Reverend Intim Fojo, who has made allegations of drug trafficking regarding 2 aircraft landing at Kotoka International Airport some weeks ago. It is important to state that 1. Landing permits of all aircraft entering Ghana are issued by the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, GCAA, in conjunction with the National Security and not GACL. All security checks were conducted by Aviation Security and National Security, while ground handling services were conducted by Swissport Company for the aircraft that arrived. There was no evidence of any illegal substances on board both aircraft. 4. The managing director, Mrs. Yvonne Nane Pare, does not know or has never met or spoken to Reverend Intim Fojo. 5. The honors... The onus is on the groups or individuals making false allegations to provide evidence of same. 6. Ghana Airports Company Limited, GACL, hereby serves notice that the company will not hesitate to seek legal redress against any media house, individual, or any other entity for any intentional or mischievous publication on Reverend Intim Fojo's false allegations and related matters that seek to bring the image of the company, its managing director, or the government into disrepute regarding the 2 aircraft. Discerning Ghanaians are entreated to disregard these fictitious and malicious allegations and publications and treat them with the contempt they deserve. Signed, Management, 8th April 2025.
This is why I've told you. You see what they have written?
Big problem.
What is the problem?
Ghana Airport Company is a government of Ghana institution, 100% owned by the government of Ghana. There's no way anybody will convince me that Ghana Airport Company does not know that Reverend Intim Fojo is the ranking member in Parliament on Defense and Interior Committee.
It means that.
And there is no way a state institution to refer to a member of Parliament and a leader of a parliamentary delegate as one Reverend Intim. We have to look at communication. Let's be factual to this. Give this any PR respect. And then secondly, where they even expose themselves, and that's why you see that it's a personal anger. Somebody is venting out. Is that you make me to believe that you are not in charge of permitting. I don't doubt it. You said inspection and were done by institution. You didn't mention Ghana Airport Company as part of the institutions that did it. So you didn't grant permit. You were not part of inspection. But you turn now to come and tell me that nothing was found. How did you come to that conclusion? Because you didn't grant a permit. You were not part of the inspection.
You didn't do ground.
But you are telling me that I should believe that nothing was found. How did you come to that conclusion? Good. You didn't even say that you contacted the institutions involved and they told you that they've not found. You just concluded and make a complete statement that
nothing was
once found. You were not the one who granted the permit. You were not part of the inspection process. But you want me to believe that
there's
evidence that there was nothing there. These are the reasons why we are discussing these issues in the media every day. And that's what I said on Monday, that the communication.
That's what
if the MD has been accused by somebody that he leaked information to Reverend or whatever, just issue a holding statement. The Ghana Airport Company managing director denies this allegation. Simple. You allegation, you've denied it. If anybody has any evidence to prove it, the person can put it out. But you don't go to the extent referring to Reverend as one Reverend Intim, meaning that Ghana Airport Company, which is state-owned, 100% by the government of Ghana, is saying that they don't even know who Reverend Intim is. They don't know his stature in this country. They don't know that he's a member of Parliament. They don't know that he's the head of Defense and Intelligence Committee in Parliament. So the only way they can is a ranking member. The ranking member.
Ranking member.
Correct. Alaji. Ranking member of Defense and Interior Committee. But they don't know all this. So the only description they can give is one Reverend Intim. Are they really a state institution? To refer to a member of Parliament in this manner, please, we mean it. Yes, of course. It's a very important challenge.
Communication is perfect.
Yeah,
but is that his beef?
Yeah, that is my
Alaji, you said we shouldn't.
Alaji,
I'm agreeing with
you. So for me,
no, you are interjecting him.
For me, this is why.
Let's have him land, and then I'll give you.
This is why I think that those who issue this statement, they have been very unprofessional, and they make it look like somebody compelled them to issue the statement, or somebody is angry that she's been accused.
Yes.
So I must also give the person my peace of mind. When you are in charge of a state institution or you are at a higher level, no matter the accusation and gravity of the accusation, your response has to be a professional one. You don't convey your emotions and anger in an official statement. You can, if you want to do that, then don't put it on the company letterhead.
Right.
Then go and put it on your private letterhead, and then we know that you are conveying your private
as
communication. But this one you are communicating on behalf of the institution, not your personal communication. So if somebody accuses you and you think that the best response is to be personal because the person has been personal, then you don't understand communication. You don't even understand the position you are holding, because the accusation against you you cannot use company letterhead to send your personal views, your personal anger, your emotions as a response. You respond in a professional manner, so everybody should know that this is coming from a corporate. This statement from Ghana does not sound like a statement coming from a corporate institution.
Body.
And then you end up also committing yourself by telling me that you were not part of the inspection. You didn't grant the permit. But then I should believe that there's clear evidence that nothing untoward happened. So when you contradict yourself in this, why is there clear evidence?
Let me
Please, let me. Why you are not giving me time to explain?
Let's pick some.
He made some.
So you see, these are some of the reasons why this issue is still in the public domain. If, as I said, if we are just stuck with the present directive, allow the committee to do its work, and the report comes to the public, I think all this noise back and forth, all the discussion would have been. And then now a deputy CEO of NACOP is also now in media radio stations granting interviews. I thought if there's going to be an investigation, NACOP is like the key, the lead organization, because it's an allegation of drugs. NACOP actually is the lead organization in that investigation. So if the lead organization in that investigation, which is supposed to be handling the issue the president wants to be handled, is also in the media, and it's also saying that the thing, there's no truth in it, and that if the reverend has not availed himself, he will be arrested. You realize that we have made the whole system so murky, which should it have been if we had followed a professional way of doing the thing. And I said it here that, see, this is what has happened to our government in this Fourth Republic. I'm saying is that when government, somebody makes accusation and they are responding, they forget that there's a group of people called Ghanaians. They only look at, hey, this allegation was made by an opposition member, so we must respond to him directly. And they forget that the issues that are being discussed, or whatever accusation, their responses, it is not about the person. You are talking to the entire generality of Ghanaians. So your response should rather be to Ghanaians. And maybe one line in the response could say, oh, for the opposition, this is about the real issues.
But the opposition will pick on that one line.
Of course, but then at least you have spoken to Ghanaians and September. But for this Fourth Republic, or since I started practicing as journalist in this one problem I've seen with government is that anytime there's accusation against them, the response is that I'm responding to opposition. As if a group of people called Ghanaians are not in the picture. You understand? So I think that I will still advise whoever is in charge of government communication. What has happened? President Obama is only 90 days old. I will advise him. It appears that if he doesn't act quickly, he's going to embroil himself and the government into so much needless communication situations. So if he's seen with the work done by the people in place now, my advice to him is that he should get some backroom experts in communication,
professionals,
to come in and help. Because once Alhaji has said, you have a whole lot of work to do as a president, as a government, for the people of Ghana. But if you focus on doing the work, but your communication is creating a whole problem for you, even the good work you will be doing will not be what people will be discussing. But they will rather be discussing gaps and gaps in your communication from the various appointees and from your office, and which will overshadow maybe the actual work you are doing. Today we should have discussing more important issues than this. But this is what we are discussing because that's what is dominating the space. Because of gaps in communication.
Thank you.
I'm
going to take a quick break. When I come, I'll give you a minute each to react to this, and then we can move on to other matters. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Be that business owner that stands out and is very productive.
You're so confident. How do you do it?
It starts with Built. Where does your confidence come from? Paperwork made simple. Built takes all the hassle away. Yep, don't be like her. Built is your all-in-one simplified finance platform. It's your home for invoices, payments, your payroll, and so much more.
Oh, wow.
Grow your business today. Sign up now at Built.Africa. Download the Built app now.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety should not be too far-reaching. It should be as easy as ABC. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
We were held at gunpoint in our own home, and they got away with it.
We didn't have Response One back then. That was the most terrifying experience of our lives.
But after that, we subscribed to Response One to ensure that never happens again. The last time the hoodlums tried, we had installed Response One monitored alarm system. Their response team arrived, followed by the police, to ensure we are safe.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response One's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response One, stay connected, stay protected.
You're watching Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Grateful that you stayed on with us. We're having a conversation regarding allegations of drug trafficking and money laundering surrounding the activities of two flights that landed in the country at the KIA somewhere in March. Akosua Menu, former deputy CEO of the NYA, is here. Alhaji Yamadu Sorogo, former Medina MP, is here. Elvis Dako, editor of the News Center and newscenter.com, also here. Elvis has tackled the issue regarding communication on this matter and the statement released by the Ghana Airports Company Limited. You have a reaction to that in a minute? Briefly.
Basically, all I'm saying is that government's response to the issue is why we are where we are today. That is why well-meaning Ghanaians are asking questions. Their response to Reverend Ntim Fosho, where I said even presidential staffers were tagging him, were labeling him online. We had the spokesperson for government saying that the investigation is inconsequential. They will have to deal with him. Deal with him in what sense? He's raised an issue. The president says there should be an investigation. The spokesperson to the president says we are not interested in an investigation. We want to actually, but that's what he said, that we want to deal with him. Those were his words. It's on video. He said it. Ghana Airports Company comes to speak to the matter. Last night their letter comes. In their point 1 and 2 of the letter you read, said third parties were responsible for that particular work. Yet on point 3, they state emphatically that there was no evidence of illegal substances on board the aircraft. They didn't even seek to clarify what the aircraft had in it. Why did they come even in the first place? None. Then a public institution, as far as democracy is concerned, these internal, there are processes where you can criticize a public institution. They cannot literally seek legal redress because criticism is supposed to enhance the work of public institutions. That's why sometimes somebody will post something on airports company or passport office or something, there's a delay, and then the PR will respond that we have noticed the issue and we'll resolve it. The response to this had a political tone. And that is what Elvis is alluding to, that you can't come and tell us that now stated, Ghana Civil Association in conjunction with National Security are the ones who supply landing permits. You tell us that security checks were conducted by Aviation Security as well as the Swiss Port Company. And in point 3, you tell us there was no evidence. Based on what? What they told you. Where's the report?
Very well. Very well.
Do you understand?
Very
then
well.
it comes back to what you see, what Alhaji did was Alhaji ran away from Felix's blunder. Alhaji ran away from the fact that Felix made the matters worse. Again, you cannot extricate Felix from the conversation because Felix speaks for the president. So if indeed what Felix came to communicate is not in tune or in line with what the president believes to be true as far as this investigation is concerned, as he posted on his social media, the president has to speak. Because at the end of the day, I believe that if there wasn't anything to the issue, based on the inconsistencies, the flight path, actually it was a deliberate attempt to confuse us. That's
with the manifest and everything.
Everything, which has now been exposed. So they have to come back again. That is why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking for a bipartisan bill, because if you leave it to the executive to constitute it, they've actually made the security agencies useless in this matter.
Very well.
So
Thank you.
put a committee. They love committees. Put one together and let's get to the bottom of this. Because nobody wants to travel and be tagged as coming from a country where there's drug peddling and money laundering. And don't forget the report in March by BBC Africa Eye, where it said Ghana is becoming a transit point for these things. Again, let me land. Again,
please do.
Charles Hagan. Again, Charles Hagan, NDC former parliamentary candidate, whose driver fingered him in the bust. 150. Yes, 350. It was 350 million.
Yes, that's
even New York City.
The 150.
The 150 million.
That's the paid one.
Which puts it, I said, almost $400 million in cocaine busts. Even New York City doesn't record such high numbers in busts.
Thank
so
you.
if the NDC parliamentary candidate, what happened to that issue? That's somebody from your fold. You said the president, you cast a slur at Akufo-Addo, former president Akufo-Addo, that he will ask for evidence. Your president is asking
5 minutes.
Your president is asking for evidence. At the same time, the issue with Charles Hagan has not. That matter is dead. We haven't heard anything.
Thank you, Akosia.
Let's start from there. That will not make Ghana, will not tag Ghana a hub for illicit drugs.
Well, Akosia has killed Charles Hagan or whatever drug. He says that he's dead. I don't know, but she has killed that.
We haven't heard anything about it again.
You haven't heard it doesn't mean he's dead.
Or something is happening.
Oh, please, Akosia, when you're talking
no, but I said
Akosia, you took 5 minutes. Look, when I'm in the studio with ladies, I'll call you all the respect.
Give me some of my 5 minutes.
Okay, you took 5 minutes.
Please
give me my 5 minutes.
Okay.
Master, I'm asking a simple question. If a cargo plane has been arranged to come and take cocaine, does it come to sit at the tarmac for 5 days? Simple question. You're a human being. You take.
I'm not in the trade of cocaine, so I wouldn't know how the modus operandi of
you don't get the
drug
point
is.
Cocaine is illicit. It's criminal. So anything that is criminal, if you want to do it fast and vanish. Okay, there shouldn't be trace. And then you have a plane that comes, and the plane comes to sit on the tarmac. When the plane lands, it sits on the tarmac for 5 days, waiting for cocaine to come and put inside. Is that how to do
But there's also the strategy of committing the crime in plain sight. There's also the strategy of doing it in plain sight so it does not raise suspicions.
Oh, how? How can you commit cocaine in plain sight? Unless, of course, people who are doing that, you also have the experience. That's number one.
What I'm saying. I'm not in the trade.
Number two. Hold it. Number two.
Please go ahead.
Master, Reverend Intim, we are all worried that he has not been described as honorable, as ranking member. Those accolades or whatever, it goes with responsibility. As a ranking member, somebody who has been a member of parliament, there are channels of reporting. If you see something which is bad, do you rush to go and organize a press conference when you are not sure of what you've seen? You are not sure as to whether it's cocaine or not. Just like if I want to believe what they are saying, the two of them, that he never said there was cocaine, only that, look, go and investigate suspicion. Master, such a serious case, it has an international dimension.
Would that not be part of his oversight responsibility?
No,
as an MP?
No. The oversight responsibility, if you are talking on behalf of committee, everybody, you must discuss it with the committee. First and foremost, you didn't discuss with the chairman. Forget it. That's what I'm saying, they're politicking. The chairman is NDC, you are ranking your MPP. So, Menyano, I have to go and do whatever I'll do. Number two, there are security agencies handling these issues. The NACOC is there, and all of them, NIP, all of them are there. You refuse, as a responsible ranking member, who cares for Ghana's reputation, to go and report to any of them, or write to any of them, drawing their attention under confidentiality, that look, I've seen 1, 2, 3, and I suspect. You will run to go and organize a press conference, invite international press, everybody to come and listen to something that you are not sure. When I'm talking of politics, you sit there and say, it is not. I mean, he says that I was trying to, did Felix Kwachi come to say that the committee that the president has said has been dissolved and I shouldn't do his work? So what is the meaning of bringing Felix Kwachi? How can you compare Felix Kwachi to His Excellency the President? The man, His Excellency, opened his mouth and said, this is what I want done.
Yes.
Everybody listened to it. And then you are sitting here and telling me that the spokesperson came and said this, and because of that, this and that. Look, another thing. When you say that Ghana Airport Company, you know Ghana Airport Company owns the airport. You don't know it. They are the owners. Civil aviation only manages the aviation and what have you. But Ghana Airport Company is the owner of the Ghana Kotoka International Airport. You are telling me that I being the owner, something is boiling in my room here, and I'm there. And the others, all the reports that they've done, they will not brief me as to what they have seen or not seen. Are you telling them I'm not being responsible owner?
But you see that the issues with the communication. If the communication had said that based on so and so, I can establish that there was no.
No. Why do I have to go into that extent? Based on what they brief me, I should say that they brief me, and from the briefing there is nothing.
But Alhaji, if you write it like this, you leave room for ambiguity. You leave room for suspicion.
Let people talk. That is why you are talking.
Is it that's why we are here?
Exactly. But I'm telling you, we are here because somebody wanted us to be here. Somebody in the first place knew very well that there was nothing like that, and still went ahead, organized a press conference, invited people to come and listen to lies. Now you are being told, look, the lie that you were saying, come and prove it. They say, no. As for me, I'm giving it to them. They can do their own investigations and then come out with the truth. Which responsible ranking member? A member of parliament will do this.
But like investigations can be conducted based on suspicions.
Yes, but you don't go on a press conference. You write to them or you call them.
We don't know if he did that. He hasn't told us that.
No, he didn't. With all this banter, if they had done it, he would have brought it as one of his defenses. He hasn't done that. Okay? Because that he has
written to the
No. There was nothing like that. He just went straight.
But the security agents are threatening him.
Oh, no, the security agencies are threatening. No.
I like 1 minute. 1 minute on this. 1 minute
Instead
on this.
of being interested in the matter.
Akwasi, when you were talking, my man, I don't know. Say, what can I answer? I know how you are.
1 minute, wrap up for me.
I admire you from afar, but please don't let me change it.
You are losing time.
Don't let me change it.
Alaji,
I'm saying that what happened? It's a calculated attempt by the MPP. Things were so hard. The way things are going. Look, energy problems here and there.
By the fact that you think there's diversionary tactics.
Diversionary, and they are good at it. That's not the first time. That's number one. Number two, I believe strongly now. She was mentioning somebody whose driver fingered the. What about the Nkranza? Somebody who was arrested.
But he was arrested.
Exactly. He died in cocaine.
He was arrested.
Exactly.
A case was established against him.
Yes, but this one, a case has not has been established against him.
And that's why we're asking for investigations into it.
You don't ask. Already they are doing investigation.
Very well.
President Akufo-Addo would never have asked that they should go and investigate, set a committee to investigate it. He would say that bring your proof.
Thank you, Alhaji.
Akufo-Addo would have said bring your proof.
Let me give you 2 minutes to react to Alhaji.
Not true.
Oh, who? Akufo-Addo. They're clearing it. Akufo-Addo who clears everybody.
We need to move on.
But Akufo-Addo say bring proof. It's the same thing the government also bring proof.
Your rank and file is saying bring proof.
Is it? So the very thing we said, why will you say
he wouldn't send the committee.
No, I understand. No. You talk about proof. I'm not about the committee.
Try and be.
Alhaji, you mentioned committee. You mentioned proof, and I'm saying
that the proof is that this president is so much interested that he set up a committee to go deep and say, look, Fodwo, help the committee.
May I ask
Thank you.
What is the problem? May I ask it?
No, don't ask me a question.
The issue is simple.
You can't ask me a question.
The issue is simple. I still
stand
stand by my point that if government manages its communication well, this issue would have lasted till today, and it's going to continue because more government people are talking, and others are issuing statements. This Ghana Airport Company statement, for instance, you didn't do the work as you said. What stops you to say, "Oh, we are all in the airport. This issue is tarnishing all of us our image." The institutions involved that you did this well. Let's come together and issue a joint statement. Okay.
Came out.
Come and let's issue a joint statement that this is what aviation did. This is what it, and at the end of the day, this is what it doesn't. Is it? It will rather settle the issues better when the communication is properly taken care of. And as I've said, if they don't take care of communication and they continue to issue statement that people will question and point
There's
gaps
a committee,
into.
everybody should go there and
they will
cooperate.
even
At the end of the day,
more problems to the extent that by the time the committee even finishes its work, the issue would have been resolved in the court of public opinion that the government is guilty or something. Yeah. And as a government, your communication machinery must be very sharp. And I think that by now, somebody should sit down and review all government communications over around the issue. And now be advising that, look, at this point, I think that
we should hold on.
This is the way we should go. All individual institutions place A, B, C, D. Let's do it this way so that we can really... Because see, the more you communicate and there are gaps, the more the people opposition will come at you. Exactly. And the more the public will be confused and say, then who is telling the truth? And then that's what to keep the issues on the minds of people. But when your communication can now begin to settle minds and say, oh, this communication seems to be up and straightforward, and therefore we believe that something right is being said. You realize that public apprehension will begin to go down. But when your comments and communications rather increases the tempo, and there's responses to it, you keep increasing the situation. And at the end of the day, if we are not careful, maybe the whole of this year, this issue, we'll be talking about.
Nobody will talk about this issue for the whole of the year. That is what you and the MPP want. It won't happen. It won't happen. Ahmed came out. All of them came out.
Even Ahmed's statement alluded to several fuel stops, which contradicted government's position of maintenance. That's one.
We need to move on from this issue. We need to move on. But let me bring you a few messages that have come in. This is Chief Crab, and he says, Akosua Menu is spot on with her submissions. Why is Felix running more than the institutions that are mandated to conduct proper investigations? What has he got to hide? This is a question you are asking. This one says, good morning. This is Abdul Ganiyu Mankarigu from Savannah region. What is more suspicious is the footage that they have. Is every aircraft flying in and out captured? Why were these particular ones captured? And the footage captures nothing. There is no evidence to show the video captured inside is that of the same aircraft in question. We demand an investigation from the Mahama government into the alleged suspicious aircraft containing okay, you go on, blah, blah, blah. This one says, good morning. Sometimes the NPP thinks we were not in this country some 8 years back. See how quickly they are pointing fingers on the money laundering and cocaine saga. We saw what your government did. Please allow JM and his government to lead this country because their 4 months is better than your 8 years. Okay, thank you. This is what you are saying. Let's get into other matters. Yesterday, the president issued a directive, which directive says suspend post-retirement contracts for public servants. I'll read a paragraph from Channel 1 TV, story by William Na. It says the government has ordered the immediate suspension of all post-retirement contract appointments for retired public service employees nationwide. In a directive issued on April 2, 2025 and signed by the Secretary to the President, Dr. Callistus Mahama, the administration announced a freeze on such appointments effective immediately. And then you can read the letter which says post-retirement contract appointments for retired public service staff have been suspended with immediate effect. Additionally, the directive clarified that all pending or future requests for contract extensions for retired personnel will no longer be processed. I'll start with you, Alaji, on this one. We've heard some reactions so far from the Labour front, which arguments they make is that we might lose institutional knowledge, institutional memory regarding this. I've heard in some quarters suggest that it is the typical change of administration and the Mokwaba syndrome that we face. Do you share in this?
Completely no. And the reasons are simple. For somebody to be given a contract extension, it means the person has already been there for some time.
Right.
Okay? Mostly it allows for 2 years and then 1 extra year, maybe 3 years maximum. You don't go up. It used to be practiced a lot when we didn't have a correct succession plan where, for example, the chief director looks back and there are no deputies around who are very competent, number one, or two. And the reason why I'm totally in support of what the president is doing is to curtail and avoid this political stooge. I don't know how to put it. You know, where I'm going, so you should be there. Initially, you all know that the civil service, the public service, is supposed to be a political. You don't. You are there to serve the government.
Exactly. You don't deal in the politics of the day.
Me and you, or you and I, know now that it has changed. Because I came, And the chief director who is there, who has risen to that, position by virtue of their structural plan and what have you, has to go. He's either being shifted somewhere, posted or forced to go on retirement, especially during President Kufuor's time and then Akufo-Addo's time. When they came, a lot of them were all changed. But when Atta Mills, may his soul rest in peace, came, he said, no, you don't do that. And he let them work because they are supposed to be non-partisan public servants serving Ghana. Okay, so he continued a lot of them. We are in a country where unemployment is so high. MPP took it at 8.4, 2016, and they moved it to almost 15%, 14.77. Okay, the youth unemployment is even terrible, almost 35%. She was there. And so there is the need to, push those down, up. So why should somebody work for 30 years, 35 years? He's gone on retirement. And then you say that I'm giving you a contract extension of 2 years. 2 years goes, then another 1 year. When there are others down, and so it starts, the grumbling starts, it doesn't promote good working relationship. And so long as there are so many others, if you are a leader and you are not being able to train somebody who can take over from you, then you are a failed leader. And that is my principle.
That's one of the arguments actually that I've heard, that these directives should not always or almost always be immediate. Its implementation should not be immediate, so that there's proper knowledge transfer before it
No. You are talking of the knowledge transfer has already been done. The person is there with the deputy or two deputies, 3, 4, 5. Okay? And so where the person is now, it's not about knowledge transfer. That one has already been done. You are a head, chief director, a head of department. Your time is up. You are 60 years. 60 years. Go. These young ones are coming up. You are there. You can also go up. Apostle can also go. So why should you always be there 3 years, another 1 year, and then they become teen goals? And because I am the one who gave him the extension, he owns his existence to you.
Right.
And so whatever that I want you to do, you do it. And most of them, it becomes political. So I am 100% with this directive. Now look, maybe he says that it should no longer be done. Those who are there should start, packing. I mean, it's a simple thing. To give room for others who can also come up, and then they can create more space down there for the youth to also climb up. Why do you have to be keeping somebody 66, 67, 68, 70 years? Whilst the youth are also there marching. So I think that gone are those days when we said that the work is so technical that if it's not there, it can't work. Now, no. Now, your deputy, there are 2, 3, 4, 5. Those who are just behind you, train them, know that you are heading towards 60, and that when you are 60, you go. But because some of them know that even at 60, I can still get extension, he would not even pass on whatever he has to the one behind him. Because he will be thinking that when that one comes, he's pushing me. But if he knows that exactly at 60 years, I am exiting, I'll plan my exit, I'll plan my pension, everything correct. Why should this affect me? No. I think it's a correct policy. Right. And that we must always support it and make it work.
Of course, there are the allegations or accusations or even commentary that this is just to create room for job for the boys.
Oh, of course.
No, but you can appoint the boy to that top. Of course, I'm sorry. But you see, how do you create the job for the boys?
Well, just as you said, so that
you can appoint.
Not to the top, but then you push people up the ladder.
Yes.
So there's room at the base to bring in more boys.
To bring in more Ghanaians.
More Ghanaians, of course.
Okay.
But we know this political syndrome that we have. This albatross that hangs on our necks. And whenever there's a change in administration, there's more job for the boys.
Who is a boy? Who is a boy?
Party fanatics. Party foot soldiers, party supporters, party members.
It happens. Successive governments have done this.
It's happening now, across, even beyond this letter, across, and it was my turn to speak, so...
no, don't worry. I'll not behave like you. I'm not behave because...
Andy has tagged me naughty this morning. But we've seen, and I've made, posts about this on my social media, and I've been advocating that. For a government that marketed a 24-hour economy promising jobs, coming into power and dismissing young people people from all the institutions in the name of reset is unconscionable.
And these will be people that were employed after 7th December.
Not just people that were employed after 7th December. Go to do your research in every institution. They have even gone back as far as 2022. They've gone 2023.
We've had few reports regarding same.
Directors who were at post, Ghana Maritime Authority, they just about 38 of them recently. You go to National Communications Authority under Sam George. They've cleared them. It's when the letters come, you see their party foot soldiers online shouting, reset, reset, create room for us, reset, reset, create room for us. So we know that they are pressed to employ their people because they promise them jobs. And I can understand that. But at the same time, your promise of a 24-hour economy was going to open up opportunities and create jobs. So what business do you have sacking people? Now, when it comes to this directive, it helps for proper planning. Are we talking about starting today, no extensions, or those already in the system are going to be cleared? Because my understanding of when it comes to these post-retirement contracts, they give it 2 years, another 2 years, and then 1 year.
This is effective immediately. It says the directive clarified that all pending or future requests for contract extensions,
those pending approval
will no longer be processed.
Okay, but those already in will stay.
Those
already now are post will stay.
Yeah, they'll still finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the directive they've taken. Again, you see, Alhaji is a seasoned politician, a former MP. In fact, when he was speaking, I thought he would recall the Whistleblowers Act and see the concessions that were made for Okudjato Ablakwa, Honorable Minister, and Sam George, even during their vetting, where they hid behind the Whistleblowers Act to say some of the things that they said was in the interest of the country. They were raising concerns. But that's aside. Alhaji here will also be deserving of a position. Is Alhaji saying that when the position comes, he's going to look at his years and say, oh, I'm too old, give it to young people? He deserves it. Look at this spirited defense he's made this morning in the face of
politics. Beyond position politics. You see where she's going. Spirited defense.
Spirited defense.
You see where she's going.
Alhaji should be mentoring young NDC people now, but he's been brought in because he has credibility, he's older, and the public will believe that Alhaji wouldn't lie to us about this.
Of course, I would never lie.
So he came to sit here and even distance himself from Felix's statements. But that aside, it's fine. No, Alhaji did a fantastic job. So if for nothing at all, if a position is going to be created, now that they love committees, I know they love committees, there should be a special committee for communications and PR, and Alhaji should head it.
No, please. That is not for you to decide.
As far as this letter is concerned,
I am okay.
It's another way to push people out. It's another way to push people out and bring people in.
But these people have officially retired. The laws of Ghana at 60.
There are some people that we know that when it comes to experience, it was on the back of experience that you campaigned, that the person that we are bringing on board has been a president before. And we've seen season 2, and season 2 is a disaster. Under 90 days, I'm saying it's a disaster.
3 months is better than 8 years.
Because
so you think
within 90 days, his staffers sit on radio to issue warning to CEOs.
Staffers. We are talking about economy, inflation down, food prices down. Talking about staffers.
Food prices being down, amongst other things, was a process that was started.
You see today.
Inherited. So you can enjoy that. But in the real sense of the word, the president, you see this letter, I was going to ask that, did it really come from him? Because I feel that he's not in charge.
Signed by his secretary, Callistus Mahama.
Okay, and we've seen statements from Callistus being revoked as well. So I hope.
What's one being revoked?
Alhaji, sometimes.
Alhaji,
you've been on vacation. You just came.
I've not been on vacation.
The appointment of was it Edward? What's his name?
Bauer.
Edward Bauer. Ghana Gas. He literally went to 3. In fact, he was the first person that made me understand the one job.
1 day CEO.
What was it? Is it 133? 1 job, 3 shifts. 3 words. That was their campaign message. So that 24-hour economy, they've started that already. But again, we can't say we are dismissing everybody just because of their age. They are saying people whose skills. Listen, Some of your own people are casualties of this thing you are doing.
Let them be.
This clearing, resetting that you are doing. It's some of your own people. They are Ghanaians. I am not for. Look, one of the biggest challenges the Akufo-Addo administration had was the fact that people were saying that this person is NDC, this person is that, clear them, remove them, terminate them. No, they stayed. They stayed in 8 years. They stayed in the institutions because you do not want to politicize institutions. This government is appointing all the way down to PROs, even in government institutions. Where is this done? Look at the recent dismissal. I think it was Ghana Maritime Authority as well, where the government's interest transcends Public Services Commission, even goes beyond their. I mean, how does this?
The authority is overstaffed, and that the number of people there, just a handful, are actively engaged.
Okay, so we are going to keep an eye on the appointments they will make, because now is the seat of government that is even appointing all the way down to even drivers institutions. Now even when you go to government institutions, no, you are saying that today you are saying it's not illegal.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Today you are saying that it is not illegal, but then again, corporate governance is a thing. And there are rules and regulations that we have to follow. If it doesn't matter, it's a winner takes all, and you do anything anyhow. Again, what precedents are we setting? A lot has been done. A lot has been set. And if MPP should come back into power again, I'm sure there will be. We've been there before.
I'm happy you say if we should come.
You know, it's you see, you are in power. You are no longer in opposition. So you see, the arrogance of this, the 90 days that we are seeing. As we say, the shege that we are seeing, you dare not even speak up. You dare not even question.
90 days.
Because the insults that will be visited on you. Hey, Reverend, the whole Reverend, see what they did to him over there. They didn't stand up to it. Anyway, back to this. I do believe,
wrap up on this one.
on this particular issue, in terms of, you are saying that with immediate effect, those pending and those who have interest
the future. It has to do with the grants.
Listen, I am not one to demonize old people or persons who stayed in positions for too long. No. Some people have unique skills and expertise that they bring to bear in these organizations. It helps for continuity. It helps to, if you are going to train other people, like you said, yes, absolutely. If you're in a position, mentor, groom, so others will.
Exactly.
I get that. But at the same time, we shouldn't throw people away just because
nobody's
of their
throwing anybody away.
It's their decision. It's their Ghana. But we'll ask the questions. It is our responsibility to ask the questions.
Yeah,
so
that one you have. You can ask.
They should get comfortable with that.
Thank you.
You can ask. You can ask.
Allergy things we should do away with after 60 people. They should go so that new ones will come. Akosia things we are doing away with them to create room for job for the boys.
Are you sure Akosia said that? Akosia didn't say that. She
agreed with me when I played that program.
I actually do believe, but it's just no, it's not job for the boys.
Exactly. Please, let's be very careful about
the way. We are creating room because even persons within those agencies will still be interested in.
Exactly. Yeah. People within the agencies will climb up.
And those people will be people that are bearing your party's colors.
That is what you were doing. Right. And that is why you think we are doing. We are not doing that. We don't do that.
You see, the politicians, they know themselves.
No, we don't do that. What exactly he was doing.
So that's what you are doing.
You were 60 years. When you were 50, you know when you were 60, you will go. Why don't you train the one who is behind you? Mentor the person.
Granted.
And you want to go and stay 67?
When they give you a position,
I won't take a position which is, I am telling you, I'm a board chairman, I'll do, an ambassador, I'll do. I will no, a board chairman.
You don't give it to a younger person.
You are qualified to do,
I'm qualified to do that. You wouldn't criticize me for that. But a managing director, okay,
a
CEO, I think they should go to those who are below. Yes, chief directors. I'm about 60.
All I'm saying is that create opportunities.
And that's what we are doing. 24-hour program has nothing to do with
when does that start? When does it start?
What?
24
Oh, it has already started even. Maybe you don't know. So you want to sit down and see that as. Haven't you been hearing that this institution says they have started 24? This says they have started 24.
That's not the conversation. Elvis, your thoughts on this cancellation or suspension of granting of extended contracts to retirees?
For me, it's an interesting topic because I watch TV in the Western countries. People demonstrate that they want to retire at age 50. so that they can enjoy their retirement before they die. Why they want to retire early in our part of the world? They want to sit in office till they are 80, 90.
Why?
If they are strong. Personally, I think it's completely something I oppose. Because I believe that you work in an office, somebody has worked under you maybe 15 years. People are there working. They know all the rudiments of what is being done. And then when it's 60 years, then you think that it should still be maintained. I don't think that that is right, and I have always opposed it. See, Article 191 of the Constitution first clause says that if you are 60 years, you are to retire from the public service. And that if for any reason you have any special skill or expertise that will be needed, you have the opportunity to be granted 2 years, 2 years, and 1 year, which is 5 years. So 65, you are gone. What we have witnessed in this country is that all the people that have been given this contract, there's no justification about which special skills they possess, for which reason they should continue. There's no justification. All you need is to be able to know the president or some big man to fight for you. That's all you have to do.
See what I talk about politics.
You understand it? By the Constitution, this extension is actually supposed to be done by the head of civil service.
Right.
That's the process, not the presidency. But they bypass the head of civil service, the president, because they know when they go there. The question will be, what special skill? And what is the evidence that there's no one in that institution that can do what you are doing? For which reason they know they can't justify. So they rather shift to the president. And then they go and send an application, please kindly help extend my stay in office. The most annoying aspect is when they even turn 65, they still go to the president to extend their contract. There are people 68, 69, 70, and they are still in the public service.
74.
They are still in the yes, they are still in the public service.
74.
Because
you know someone like
Georg, my old friend, Kofi Juma.
Because the president is their friend.
Why?
The president is their close ally or classmate or something. And then they will go there and get these things. Please, you see, I believe strongly that a country which is struggling with unemployment, a country where there are so many young people with talents and intelligence, you go to the institutions, there are so many people with very good and brilliant ideas. They've been there. Institutional memory is not a problem. The person has been there for 10 years, 15 years. He knows everything that has to be done there. So what special skill really do you possess that you should be there? Interestingly, the doctors that we don't have enough, well, we should say, oh, because it's a shortage, we should give them, we rather retire the doctors to go and sit home. But then the area where we don't actually need people is where we give this contract. Scrutinize all the contracts that are given. It doesn't go to the doctors. It doesn't go to some special nurse somewhere who is doing something unique. It does not go to, it's always about...
Indeed, the IGP and the ACG boss are the first to suffer.
And as I see it, it's always,
the containers.
It always goes to people who are closer to the presidency or politicians. So it's something that we have abused because even the process for extension, look at what the chief, the letter said, all pending. It means that there's a ton of people are very all sitting there. Asking the president to extend my stay. But that's not where the letter is supposed to go. The letter is supposed to go head of civil service.
I'm sure they attach their party.
You understand it? To what to head of civil service, but they will come here. So the truth is that we have abused even the you see, that's the Constitution recognize that it is possible. If there's a consultant surgeon, maybe the only brain surgeon in Ghana. They've only something in the specialized, and then so when he goes on retirement, we may not even find anybody to do that. That is where extensions are needed. But that's not how we do the extensions. We rather allow those people to go on retirement. We change them out. And then we rather give it to our political friends, our classmates, family and friends, all kinds of things. That has nothing to do with any special skill. So this directive, in fact, the suspension is not enough. I want the president to put a complete cancellation.
Thank you.
That under his tenure, he's not going to make any over-age person stay in office. I think that they should just cancel it. No extension. Cancel it completely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Maybe he cancels it completely, and the special people that you are talking of, comes in. How do you
we should have dealt with the ECG containers, but unfortunately we've run out of time. But thank you so much, Elvis Dakon, editor of the News Center newspaper and newscenter.com. Alhaji Amadou Sorogo, thank you so much, a former member of parliament for the good people of Medina. And Akosia,
I'm a member of the communication team, but you see, she doesn't know.
Akosia Menu, a former deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority. Thank you so much. This has been the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. But the show doesn't end. Philip Nilate will be here with Jifa Kedi Akoto. They will be coming into your communities. You better be on the lookout. It could be yours next, where they unearth the various challenges, the various concerns that bother you and I. And together we speak to the authorities and profess some solutions to it. Thank you so much for your time. Stay with us.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved. Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
My puppy go forget your own plans, so I go forget my own.
With only 24 hours to pay his huge debt, a public servant runs into hiding in an abandoned house. But the abandoned house is more than an abandoned house.
Anyone here? This place looks dusty. Can anyone hear me, please? Mouse!
Scribe Productions presents Kobna Answer's heart-pounding one-man original musical, The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. Date, Easter Friday, April 18th and Easter Saturday, April 19th at the National Theatre. Time is 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. each day. Rate is a cool 150 Ghana cedis. Dial *714*003*9# to grab yours now. Hotline 054-609-8082. Media partners, City FM and Channel 1 TV. The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kudo as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays,
yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Welcome back from that break. You're still live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. Connect with us via social media handles at Channel 1 TVGH, or you can send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number on your screens, which is 020-444-7033. As we'll be coming to a community near you this morning, we'll be turning our attention to Damongo, the capital of the Savannah region, where sanitation crises are affecting the people and, of course, the environment. So you're very welcome to the show. My name is Jifa Kedi Akutu.
My name is Philip Nilat, and of course, we'll be telling your story with the sole prerogative to empower change in the various communities. And like Jifa has stated, you can join us with your submissions, your comments, and what you make of the stories we're bringing you via text line 0204447033, and surely we will make it loud and clear to the world to know what you think of the stories we're bringing you. Jifa made mention of we going to Damongo in the Savannah region. So I'll be going to parts of the Ashanti region where there is also another issue there. Well, a pressing issue that some teachers are not able to be posted into a particular community in the Ashanti region. Just stay with us and we'll bring you all of the updates in that particular region, that is the Ashanti region, the Savannah region, specifically in Damongo.
And of course, Philip, need I remind viewers that we'll be having some performances right here on the show as well. So there'll be a bit of entertainment for you, entertainment lovers as well. So you may want to stick and stay with us. It's going to be a very, very packed, morning for us here. So do stay with us and let's enjoy the show.
Met this guy at a party last night. Fine guy in my body excited. He said, excuse me, miss, I like your big bum. But then I vex, boy, please respect. Y'all know my spec. He said, don't mean no disrespect, but yeah, I like your big bum. I like your big bum bum. I like your big bum bum. I like your big bum bum. Yeah, I like your big bum bum. I like your big bum bum. Oh, I like your big bum bum. In case you're looking, I'm shooting my shot. I got a job for you. I think you'll be good at. Come check this out. I have a big bum bum. Yeah, you can touch it, squeeze it, play with it. Tell your homies about it. I don't even really mind it, boy. You know it's true. You know it's true. I have a big bum bum. I like your big bum bum. Yeah, I like your big bum bum. I like your big bum bum. Oh, I like your big bum bum. I like your big bum bum. Yeah, I like your big bum bum. So I'm gonna teach you this song. On my way up, I stay prayed up. 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 Yeah, yeah. I stay prayed up. Yeah, 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 yeah. 100 streets, double sheets. Live location means you better spread them cheeks. Red receipts, like a meet and greet. If you talk Versace, my response is D and G. Reckless in my DM, ain't no way you can defend. So we pretend to be friends and link up in the PM. 2 shots, right up on the block. Satisfying stories ever told by the doc. True love had me tying up my loose ends. Second guessing conversations before I hit send. Screen record, I'm appalled, you mean to offend. You should check my catalog, I can make you dance. I'm alright, still so polite. Made it through the night, got my bill on site. Sugar daddy drama, got these girls missing flights. While I'm on the next one, about to catch another bite. I get your time today. Say this will not be play. On my way up, I stay prayed up. 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 Yeah. Oh, 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 I stay prayed up. Yeah, 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 yeah. If you send a text and I haven't yet replied, please remind me again the role you play with my time. This ain't about my ego, I'm reacting to the signs. Been taken advantage of and it's only weird guys. People acting nice, trying to overlook the price. Middle of the night, trying to dim out my lights. Take away the pain, never settle for a plight. And I'm about to blow, so I'm ready for a fight. Listen, MOU, it's such a fool. And I owe you a counter sue. And it's been weighing heavy on you for a truce. You want the truth? Well, after you. I get your time today. play on my way up. I stay prayed up 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 on my way up. You stay prayed up on my way up. We stay prayed up on my way up. I stay prayed up on my way up. I stay prayed up. Yeah, yeah. I stay prayed up. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. I stay prayed up. Moving away slowly from this, yeah. You're flying away slowly in the abyss, yeah, yeah, yeah. None say what's the sound? Hey, I'm here for crowd for and intimida and none say what's the sound? Hey, I'm here for crowd for and intimida and intimida and intimida and intimida and oh, I just need you to speak up. You still want me or my time's up? I think my time's up.
Wow, S the legend. Thank you so much for that beautiful music right there. You're still live on Breakfast Daily. Now we are about to get into some community conversations as we'll be bringing our cameras to a community near you. So you may have to be on the lookout for us as we are about to tell your stories to empower change. If you want to connect with us, you can do so by going on to our social media handles at Channel 1 TVGH. Do make sure to like, follow our pages, and also leave a comment section in the comment section down below. And if you want to contribute on the topics we are going to be having on the show this morning, you can do so, of course, on the social media handles. Alternatively, you can do that by using the WhatsApp number on your screen, which is 020-444-7033. Philip, now be turning our attention to Damongo.
Yes.
There's something very disheartening happening in Damongo, and it's really surprising that in this time of the year, or in this time of our living, we are seeing issues, sanitation issues. We are seeing people not being so concerned about littering the environment.
Anywhere. They just dump refuse anywhere. And that is a big issue in Damongo as we speak now. Residents are complaining, market women are complaining, authorities are complaining, though I'm not sure they should seem helpless because they are supposed to resolve the issue. So we'll go down to Damongo. Our correspondent, our Savannah regional correspondent, Malik Ghazari, filed a report from the area stating the issue of sanitation in that community. Let's bring you that report after we go down, speak to the authorities, and find out from them what the remedies are to this problem.
Residents lament the unbearable stench engulfing their surroundings as a result of the waste-filled gutters. They fear this unhygienic condition could lead to outbreaks of sanitation-related diseases such as cholera and typhoid. Some residents speaking to Channel 1 TV revealed that this has been an ongoing issue. Despite repeated complaints, little has been done to address their concerns, leaving many feeling ignored.
Efi yempe nkwala wuro omo ne saa eto da wutimi hu se nkwala wuro na omo tase kankon eni eyi ndadro omo kotom last bia kwala bi wuro anka nyanya nti anka ehun chese wo siem nam papa bi na etwem papa ne boy eku nkwala bebre yesu yepe bebi a ebe efe chese wo yo oba na se wo ti fie na se onyanko besra na oho nya nita na wo ni respect so omo ma ye container no a yesu yentimi ntiaka emfamwa no mompe nipa omobetena ho esiesie ho ama na se tembia wuduru ho a no ho so aye enika ekakra.
Honorable Inusa Karim, the assembly member for Etributo Abinga Kura electoral area, said he has reported the issue to the municipal assembly and seeking a lasting solution. He added that there is an ongoing public education campaign on proper waste disposal practice to curb the problem.
What actually affecting us is the attitude of people. How we dump our refuse indiscriminately affects us a lot. Sometimes you try to educate them, to tell them the appropriate measures to use to curb those particular refuge. Whenever they collected them, they don't take it serious. And as they mentioned, because of the politics of this area, sometimes they tag you in a different way when you are trying to educate them to as the measures or whatever that we can do to curb this particular canker that is affecting us. They look at it in a different lens, which is actually our problem.
Zakaria Budali, the municipal environmental health officer, disclosed that areas that are currently without communal bins will soon be provided with designated containers for proper waste disposal. He also stated that a bylaw already gazetted by the Assembly will be enforced after residents are educated about the regulations and penalties for non-compliance.
Those households or those areas which are not having communal containers, we need to make sure that we get communal containers for them to be dumping their refuse there. That would indicate as a transfer station, so that people brings their household waste to that place for us to also carry it to the landfill site or the recycling plant. Currently, we have a recycling plant which will need much waste in that particular plant. So residents, we need to even make an education, proper education, to let them know that we need the waste at the recycling plant to address most of the sanitation challenges in the West, especially solid waste.
So that is the situation in Damongo, the capital of the Savannah region. Very bizarre, if I should say, because if you are in a community and you are engulfed in filth, it means that there is a problem somewhere.
Yeah.
We know that in the environmental bylaws for the various assemblies, what we know as Town Council.
Town Council,
yes. There is a portion in that bylaw that individuals who are found littering or people who are found not keeping their surroundings clean must be fined, or some sort of sanctions must be meted out to them. I don't know what the assembly is doing about this.
Is that still in existence?
It should be in existence, because for the last I checked, I don't think that the law has been changed or something has changed in that particular bylaw that we are not supposed to visit people's homes. Maybe the only issue that maybe one will be facing here will be that, well, maybe funds that are supposed to be given to the various assemblies to go to the various homes, i.e. having vehicles to commute themselves to the various homes or to various communities may be a challenge. But I don't think that it should be far-fetched that the assembly should institute measures that will curb the situation. Because like it's been stated in the report, if there is cholera outbreak, what happens? Just recently, we had such an issue in Greater Accra region. It started from Ada, came all throughout to Kaswa. And Kaswa, we started recording huge cases, numbers. Even in the Western region, we recorded cases of cholera. So why would we have to sit down and get issues like this in our communities and sit aloof, not looking at it and not even thinking of how to find solutions to the problem?
Sometimes I just don't understand what our local authorities, I don't know if they do not understand their duties or it's just a neglect of their duties, leaving people to do whatever they want. Because how do you sit as a local assembly member, a minister, or somebody in charge of sanitation in a particular
member of parliament for the area,
exactly, in a particular community, and watch, because this didn't start or it didn't happen overnight, do you understand me? Then you watch this build up to this extent.
Well, let's join our correspondent live on via phone, Ghazari Malik, who brought us this story, and let's have a conversation with him. Ghazari, good morning. Hello, Malik Ghazari. Oh, we are still working the lines to get him on board so that we can have an extensive conversation with him on this. Malik Ghazari, good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
I trust you are doing well.
By the grace of God.
The issue with sanitation in Damongo, is this something new or has been there for a very long time?
Yeah, this has been a problem for some years now.
If you say for some years now, given it a figure, how many years? And from your reportage or from what you've been seeing in the community, what are some of the measures being taken by the appropriate authorities to ensure that this problem is solved? But before that, again, I want to find out from you the concerns of the residents and how you were able to pick up this information.
Yes. The concern from the residents were that they don't have a dustbin or somewhere that they normally throw out their waste materials away. So that has led them to convert the gutter, which is being meant for drainage, as their refuse dumping place.
So if they are using the drainage as their refuse dump, what has the authorities been saying? What are the measures they are putting in place that such indiscriminate acts are kept?
Yes. Speaking with Zakaria Budali, the environmental sanitation officer, he said that they will be providing some bins for areas who doesn't have those bins where they can drop their waste materials in. And in this case, she's also saying that they passed a bylaw which will be going against any other person who goes contrarily against the bylaw. And they are currently educating people, the residents, on how the bylaw will be implemented. So speaking with Zakaria Budali, the environmental health sanitation officer, she indicated that now that they have the waste bins ready, but now they are about to dispatch it to the various communities and also educate them on how to go about the dumping of it into the waste bin, even if by paying a peswa or 1 cedi, so that it can also help in evacuating it from one point to the waste center.
Right. I would like to ask, aside from this that they are trying to put in place, has there been any efforts to do some sort of education or sensitization? Because if the waste bins are provided and people are not well informed, I don't think the problem will be solved overall.
Yes. With the waste bins, the residents were those who were agitating for it. Because those who live around the those who live around the way, where they dump the the drainage, those who complain to the environmental sanitation office, and they also say that they are ready to pay any amount that they levy them. That because it's not only in Damongo that it will be a start. That they know of other places that they pay just to dump rubbish, just because of their health, and they are also ready to pay such an amount.
Right. Also, looking at the indiscriminate way they are dumping refuse all over the place, has there been any cases or any health issues being reported, say cholera or anything?
Yes, with health issues there, they haven't currently Ghana Health haven't recorded any health issues concerning that, such as the cholera and other sanitation diseases. But we'll be speaking to them after that.
Hello.
So that is Gazara. Can you hear us?
Hello, Jipa.
Okay, yes. Continue.
Yes. They are worried that they haven't received any disease, any waste, communicable disease related to the waste materials that have been thrown into their gutters, such as cholera and other related diseases. But we will also try to speak out with the Ghana Health Service to find out that have there been previous cholera cases regarding to the waste that have been thrown around Damongo.
All right.
Okay, Malik, I want to find out from you, is it just a small portion of the community that is Damongo, or the entire Damongo community, or the entire Damongo area?
Yes, some portions of Damongo is really littered with filth, which we are yet to now cover up, because moving towards the municipal assembly on your left, there is a huge dumping site which is also being there's a huge site which is also used as a dumping site, and you can't even see one waste bin which is being erected there. So which is also a very dangerous thing to the residents who also live around that site, and that's the Yebonkura electoral area. Okay,
has the MC for the area been confirmed yet by the assembly members?
Currently, we don't have an MC. They just nominated an MC that was on Friday. So, who is yet to be approved or confirmed by the assembly members. So, we are not relying much on the municipal environmental health officer, sanitation officer, for him to give us the update on the timeline of what is really happening from the municipal office.
Okay, Malik, thank you so much for your time. Keep watching events for us there in Damongo concerning the sanitation situation. Malik Gazari is a Savannah regional correspondent, and he is telling us the situation there in that community that has to do with sanitation, indiscriminate dumping of refuse in the area. They are yet to have a municipal chief executive, so now they are falling on the environmental health officer, or let's put it, the coordinating director for the municipality, to ensure that the sanitation process or the sanitation issue is addressed. The member of parliament for the area is our own Samuel Abdullah Jinapo, former lands and natural resources minister, who is now the ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee in Parliament. Maybe we will try and get to him and find out from him, as the lawmaker who is watching over the residents or his electorate in the Damongo constituency, what he's trying to do about this situation. Meanwhile, we'll be speaking to other stakeholders, i.e. the assembly member and the environmental health officers themselves at Damongo, and also if possible, we will get the regional minister in the region to speak to, and also find out from him his plans for sanitation issues or how to address sanitation issues in that particular community. Jifa, when Malik was talking, he made mention of the fact that now the Ghana Health Service hasn't yet come out with any figure as to whether they've recorded cholera case or typhoid and all those things. I don't think that we should wait for that time.
Well, I think sooner than later, we may be hearing such cases or such issues if this is not looked at with urgent attention and kept, because this is very disturbing. How do people in a community wake up and say that because we don't have waste disposal bins, we are going to dump refuse in a gutter that's serving purposes for a drain system, and then when you choke the gutter and it rains and your homes get flooded, who is going to be blamed? We blame the
authorities. And some people will argue that why are you blaming the authorities, and why are we supposed to hold the authorities accountable? Well, everything, the buck stops with leadership. That is with the head. And if the fish has to rot, it starts with the head. So if the leadership in the community aren't supervising or monitoring event properly in that area, and sanitation is a challenge, it certainly falls at the doorsteps of the leadership to ensure that they crack the whip. And maybe it's not only Damongo that this thing is happening. Other parts of the country.
Even we've seen some issues like that in Accra, right?
In the Greater Accra region,
so,
yes. So if you are having issues of that nature as well, you should make sure that you get it to us on 0204 447033, and you'll be willing to share with the public your issues. Meanwhile, the authorities must move in and solve this particular problem. But like stated earlier, we will be speaking to the assembly member for the area and also the environmental health officer, as well as the regional minister, to bring you updates, whatever these decisions or what they are taking to resolve the issue. Looking at some of the structures in Damongo, you would say that, well, the people there, though they are complaining, are contributing to this filth, which they are.
Yeah.
And I would think that, like it's been done in the Greater Accra region, there should be a regional sanitation day also in the Savannah region. Not long ago, we had plans from the national side that there was going to be the launching of a national sanitation day. We need it very soon, because if we are left to do our own thing, for instance, we have a regional sanitation day twice in the month. People would take their brooms, their cutlasses, their hoses,
and join collectively.
Yes.
But Philip, earlier on you mentioned that you talked about the town council, and I've always been saying this, that I'm a strong advocate for, if it has not, or if they are not in existence anymore, I'm a strong advocate for the reinstatement of the town council, because it's high time people are being punished for things like this, things they think, oh, there's not anything, it's just filth, I can get away with it. You are in town driving around or moving around, and you see someone drink water from their car, public transport, and they throw it just out of the window because what? Quote unquote, Zoom lion for bepra. Because they'll ask you, if you try to stop somebody, they'll ask you that, what's the purpose of the sanitation ministry, what's the purpose of the Zoom lion and all of that. But you've forgotten that at the end of the day, it affects you and I all together. So why won't you rather just do the right thing?
So, like we've always been saying, if it happens that this pressing issue is not resolved, it brings a number of issues. Talking about health, which is very important, because once the health of most of the residents is challenged, we are going to have economic activities in the community also dwindle, because people will not be able to go to work. And if we get all these issues not addressed immediately, it tells you that there is a problem in the community. But like we stated earlier, we have on the line the regional minister for Savannah region, Salisu B. Aruribi, if I got his name right. Honorable, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
I trust you are doing well.
How are things going?
Did I mention your name well? I butchered it.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I was asking you if I did mention your name right, because I said
yes, Sally to be aware.
Okay.
That's
good.
right.
Good. So first of all, are you aware of the sanitation situation within the Damongo area?
Yes. I think that came to my attention. And as you may be aware, the municipal sanitation activities are spearheaded by the municipal assembly. And as things stand now, I'm the one acting as the Damongo Municipal Chief Executive, pending the confirmation of the nominee of the Municipal Assembly. When we came and met a situation whereby there is a certain gutter, and people are complaining that they are throwing and dumping garbage into that said gutter. And inhabitants around are not comfortable with the situation. We have actually reported that incident to our urban roads department, because usually in the urban area like Damongo, they are in charge of the urban environment rules and its architecture and other infrastructure related with same. On the strength of that, we are working around to get that drain properly covered. Most of the time, what happens in many of the gutters that we have is the situation whereby we do have open gutters. And open gutters has some challenges, some of which involve the throwing up of refuse by unsuspecting people who are not conscious of the environment, thinking that the rains will just come and wash them off. And the tendency of children and other people to even fall in those gutters are there. But such strategic gutters, because of resource constraints, they could not provide that to cover them. So we are working around to get the necessary resources to cover the said gutters, to prevent people from throwing their refuse in them. We are also carrying out some public education with our environmental health authorities, which we're going to liaise with enforcement as well, so that the behavior of our people can be changed, especially within that area. But generally, Damongo is largely well drained, and the sanitation in Damongo is not that bad. We are actually looking at increasing the domestic building of their own sanitation activities, where they provide toilets and other sanitary facilities in their home and properly channeling them. This is a challenge, and we are making all the estimates to make sure that we use other funds that we are going to get as an assembly to be able to overcome them.
Honorable, you've mentioned beautiful plans for the Damongo area. Are there some timelines that during this, maybe in the next 6 months, you would be done with education? In the next 1 year, you would move on to enforcement. In the next 2 years, are there timelines for the beautiful plans you've outlisted?
In fact, Damongo has not got a district court operating now, but it has a circuit court. We are going to have a combination of them: public education and enforcement. And the environmental health service officers, some of whom are actually being built to go through training on prosecution of defaulting residents who breach the environmental laws. The reality is that if you decide to say that you're going to run a long time in public education, that may never end, because people would also pretend not to know, even when they know. That will not be the solution. You ought to use the carrot and stick, whereby we combine those things. Public education is still ongoing, and defaulting people who are equally punished by way of levying of fines and other sanctions that would be enforced. But at the same time, we are also working with our development partners to make sure that we have many public bins, which we will put at various vantage points and complement that with domestic household bins, whereby people can even pay for the refuse that they are generating, and collectors will come and pick them at a certain rebated fee. This is what we are looking at. Thankfully, we have ARECOP, which is actually one of the companies under the Jospon group of companies, which has located a processing plant in Damongo there. So that processing plant will also be ready to even take the refuse from any source that is coming from any part of the region to be able to sort them and further process them into some other useful products. This is what is happening in Damongo, and we are pretty sure that within the 6 months period, a lot will have gone in, and we'll be sure that we will have a clean environment. Remember that the government is even going to launch a clean up campaign, which at West, every month, there will be a day that is going to be set for such communal cleanup campaign to reignite the communal spirit and also make sure that we actively participate in the said exercise. This is also another education methodology to conscientize would be recalcitrant people that, look, you cannot do this and go scot-free. This, you will either be asked to come and do your own cleaning and also pay for whatever you have caused others to suffer from. This is the situation that we happen to find ourselves, and we are sure that we'll be able to overcome it.
So ahead of the launching of the National Sanitation Day by President John Dramani Mahama, a similar situation like in the Greater Accra region, the Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Akwele Oklu has instituted, or she has brought up a plan that is Regional Sanitation Day. Is there any plan from your side to also have this kind of strategy on board as you wait for the president to officially launch the National Sanitation Day?
Yes, we are actually going to make sure that we tackle the sanitation activities even without the launching, waiting for the national launch, which comes out with a national consensus agreement and publication and publicity on that in that regard. It doesn't mean that until the launch, we shall not be tackling our sanitation activities. We are equipping almost all actors to be able to perform. Even when we launch the program without the commitment of the various actors involved, it will still be a fiasco. And we don't want to have that as a fiasco. So we are going out and doing the necessary campaign and sensitizing our people, and we are equally complementing it with other programs that we are going to run ahead of the launch. In the region, we might not launch it before the National Sanitation Day launch, but if indeed it does come, God willing, in the next month or two, we shall continue to be practicing it religiously as required by us, and also reinforce that with other complementary activities that ought to make sure that we get that consciousness of being sanitary conscious in dealing with our environment and our neighborhood.
I believe that the Damongo community or that area is not the only place you are looking at when it comes to what your plans are for sanitation. Are there other parts of the region that you would be pushing to ensure that sanitation issues there are addressed? If yes, if you can list some of the communities for us on air.
Yes, I can tell you that almost every urban part of our region would be affected, and we are really pushing hard to that effect. Remember that in some of our environment and some of our communities, we have already practiced the open defecation free. That's the ODF program, whereby Environmental Health Service have conscientized people, and in many areas, they themselves are providing their local latrines to make use of their latrines as and when nature calls on them to attend to them. Remember also that you cannot have a good sanitation policy and implement it to its fullest if you don't have another reliable water source that will complement the efforts that we are putting in place. And I'm glad that His Excellency the President is working very hard to make sure that the critical areas in the Savannah region which needs water, we get it, especially Damongo. And Bupetu is another sprawling community, which is also very good to make sure that we reinforce the sanitation requirements of us. Bola is no exception. Salaga is also one of them. Solar and Daboya, they are all major areas that we need to reinforce the sanitation cleanup campaigns that we are doing. And we are really giving that kind of directive. So all district capitals and other urban areas within the district capitals, we are making sure that we don't leave any stone unturned, and we'll ensure that it becomes a continuous religious process like the Muslims do. Every Friday, every day, we pray 5 times within a day minimum, and on Fridays we even congregate to do that kind of prayer. So the National Sanitation Day will be like a Friday prayer for us within the Savannah region, but our usual daily prayers and other supplementary prayers will not leave it ajar. So shall it be with the cleanup exercises that we are going to be engaged in, and for us to get the needed evidence of it.
Right, Honorable, let's talk about the future or moving forward. If or when the bins have been provided and all the policies launched, are there going to be any penalties meted out to those who would be flouting the laws and not obeying the sanitation rules and bylaws that are going to be set in the region? What sanctions are there going to be, if any?
Obviously, coming up from my background as a lawyer, I am reviewing all the bylaws that the various assemblies have been having, and we are reinforcing it with the necessary penalties and sanctions that will be incorporated, or which will be incorporated in the gazetted bylaws that our assemblies will be having. And this will be the basis for which people will be punished, and the payment of fees and sanctions will be meted out when we send them to a district court. As things stand now, they are not very clear, and we are actually subjecting them to a review so that we will reinforce the necessary sanctions that will be done and back it up with the sanitation prosecution of offenders, coupled with the public education and implementation of the policies that we have got to make sure that we get a salubrious environment. This is what we are up to, and we are reviewing that. We are actually, from Monday, we will be confirming His Excellency President's nominees for DC positions in 6 of our 7 districts, which will mean that when the DCs are also in place, it will lessen the burden on me, and they will have additional supporting hands who will monitor the process at all levels, and we shall mark the DC's performance based on the salubrious environment that indeed he's been able to initiate within his or her own district, most especially the big urban areas within the districts which they preside over.
All right. A few years ago, we had, if you go through our communities or go around our homes, we had the town council, or what people call the Samansama, who come around from time to time to check if your house is clean and how you dispose of rubbish and all of that. Do we have something like that in the Savannah region? And if not, are you looking at bringing that into being or reinstating that to check people doing the right thing when it comes to disposal of refuse?
Yes, the old Sama principle were actually being performed by 2 agencies. One, environmental health as at then, and 2, the town planning system or town counter planning as they were known. So the 2 were actually joined. Remember that in many of the districts, when the summer days were more active, the Samasama was the one who go to even demarcate lands for people to build their houses. They go and monitor physical developments on the ground, and they go and also reinforce the cleanup exercises of various homes and houses. Right. But as things stand now, we have 2 institutions which are responsible for enforcing it. So the collaboration of the fiscal planning department with the environmental health and sanitation department of the assembly is what we are pulling out and rolling out. This will mean that we ought to make sure that every structure which is coming, they provide the basic requirements for a good living in a house. Why? Because you must have provision for your water, your bathhouses, and then other toilets which you ought to provide, and you must properly channel it and provide the adequate space to receive them. Otherwise, you might be contributing in polluting the environment if they are not properly channeled and laid into the acceptable area. So this is a joint exercise that we are embarking on, and we're not even leaving it to the Environmental Health Department, which has now taken the name of the Samasama Group, but we are joining it with the LUSPA, Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority or Department of the District Assemblies, formerly Town and County Planning Department. This is what we are joining hands with them, and to make sure that they execute the job as required. And this also will be supported by Ghana Health Service, especially the Public Health Unit of the Ghana Health Service. This is something that we will definitely do, and we have already conscientized our officers, and we're rolling out very soon, and you'll see the fruits of it.
Honorable, now you have the big platform, Channel 1 TV and Breakfast Daily. I'm sure that residents of Damongo are watching us live, and also people of Savannah region are also watching us live. You can speak in the local dialect if you want, urging them and also charging them what they should do during this period, especially what we are talking about that has to do with sanitation. You can speak to them now.
Very well. I'll be happy if you could have also joined me in speaking my native Konja, which is a Guan language. But what I would just say is that I'm maybe many are the Fafabe Malaysian Lekosona Kama, no any she wasna. Amaman Daga, Nafa, Pako, and Kem Gilkumuso, more African woman, Fiki Puroku, Mayan Yabirinchu, and Nanda and Bedes the Porto. I'm also at Kama, where now Savannah region. Abon you take out some so land for Fabe, more you pick my winner at the fort, more champo tuma a bin. Na mo benjira akpa na mo dance kosoto ma shenkma na akọ asa gaban tramo anta yale gotato nkonta le akumukuchina afise kan samuso akuru mbo muamu ada kan samuso na nkeke aba ko kebonwe na beta chalamona anta mo yakale anyimu emungbena so emungbena bagba so anense na adisiwe babare na assembly bi na betin fin mbongbongbon container bingbo yile mbona so umujumna kwa benta ka wotolomo container bingbo na so jande anya samata ade nyaka down so outer container na to na dena ebeji a container na to na tije amo down so amukele kokomo ka dance na amuso ko so me kole ala kan samo so akuma wure nia na nyatenta anyuma fofrebe na kwala ko so na kele kan amo borobu kana mbo bu bore plienu ka chekmana anka yo juma yeke bu juma ba dance na nkana yo sala yeke bukuma dance na anya wenia nkata anyima fofrebe ne lenchi mboso kana kama na mekata mo domo alenuna na ba chire alkula munene nsama di kebon na kama atanye komotono amo sabora nafa na kama woni mo kan kini nka wolo mo ko sona onwo na mrawoto na menta bitam de wuso nsa kan sa nya le basu dubi kan kini domo kushumu ko woro na nya na baka bit fosa na fana ka afrika sa mo sa antichi fana kan wolo I'm actually answerful about Anafa. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak my native language to my own people.
Honorable, thank you so much for your time. That is Sali Subi Awurube, who is the minister for the Savannah region, speaking in his local dialect to the people of the Savannah region concerning sanitation. And I don't understand what he said, but I'm sure that all what he said is they should keep their surrounding clean and ensure that the right thing is done. So this is what we are talking about on Breakfast Daily from the Savannah region, specifically from Damongo, where we understand that filth has engulfed the community. This is still Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We're back with more.
97.3 City FM invites you to join us for a powerful journey of faith, reflection, and connection in our seasons of prayer. As we step into this season of renewal, we bring you a month-long special encounter that will uplift your spirit and strengthen your soul. Whether you're seeking peace, guidance, or simply a deeper connection in faith, this is the perfect opportunity to come together in prayer and find inspiration in the midst of daily life issues. It's time to reflect, refuel, and reconnect. So, mark your calendars, gather your loved ones, and be part of something truly reviving. Seasons of Prayer is on 97.3 City FM this April. Stay tuned and let's pray together for brighter days ahead. It's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2025. Tune in to Midnight Cry from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and Prayer Encounter from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Call 0244-981112 for more information. Let the power of prayer guide you this season. Seasons of Prayer is powered by 97.3 City FM. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kudo as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside.
Wow. Tuesdays,
yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome back from that break. You're still live on Breakfast Daily. Now it's time to take you to the Ashanti region in a community of Bosori, where the roads are getting deplorable by the day, which is affecting businesses, transportation, as well as other day-to-day activities in the community. Residents have been complaining, and it's affecting businesses as well. We'll take a report, and then when we come back, we'll get talking to our correspondent and, of course, some people who would help us get answers to this. Let's take a look at this.
The road network in Bosori, located in the Kwabri East municipality in the Ashanti region, is in a dire state. These roads serve as a critical links between several towns, including Rofuyedru, Saamang, Edumakase, and Mamponting, the municipal capital of Kwabri East. However, heavy rains and years of neglect have left them nearly impassable. Residents say the poor infrastructure is affecting their daily lives, with transportation challenges stifling economic activities and making it dangerous for students and teachers who commute to school.
It has been a problem for the past 15 years I have lived here. And I quite remember in 2014, they came to construct these ones. And when the new government came, they decided to demolish it and replace it with this new one. This was last year. And since then, you've not heard anything from them.
The Akwamuhene of Bosori, Asio Afram JB, emphasized the vital role education plays in the community.
Kaniana yakura sika na yekoto etu eni abuba eriko sano ene entwam nemum sika yedeto etu eni abuba no eno ne mathematics book English book ene ngoma aka yetu aka no saa na neguso ayekun enti ne esa ayeko ye ngoma sua esa bise ne wiase adane se do mu kano aye technology to school no nka ho a din ye se otuma ko wanim ena say they can feed and grand sua de say computers no ne sa ne ma no esa abaye boa anan kwankro bia o sa hoode no eboa na ne no nkura no e de ekọ omanimu ye de ya meto ye wo ya sa ne no ba nkura na mo be kakra wo to ade kura ye de say obetumatu aka enti o mo ma ye ho aka de ne fa mo nkura no mo nsua na wiase no de do no.
Despite these challenges, some individuals are stepping up to make a difference. Pharmacist David Etuahene, due to the numerous challenges, launched an initiative to reward excellence in education. He honored outstanding teachers from 30 schools across these affected towns, recognizing their resilience and dedication despite the hardships.
We are here to award hard-working teachers from both public and private schools. I have decided to award them. I thought of it about 2 years ago to call on all schools to select best teachers for me to award them, and today is the day. And so I want to take this opportunity to motivate teachers, to train teachers well, to train children well, so that at the end of the day, Ghana will be a better place to be.
Residents are hopeful that this gesture will not only inspire positive change, but then will draw attention to infrastructure development. For Channel 1 News, I am Bright Tieboa.
That was a report filed by our Ashanti regional correspondent, Bright Yeboah, and this was coming from Bosori in the Ashanti region. We'll be going onto the phone lines to talk to him shortly so that he will show us a more detailed or a pictorial view of what is happening or what the issue is actually in Bosori. So we have Bright. Hi, Bright. Good morning.
Good morning,
Bright.
Chris.
No, this is Jifar. Bright, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. So talk to us. Where exactly in the Ashanti region is Bosori, first of all?
I'm currently here at Bosori. The name is Bosori.
Bosori.
It's located in Bosori.
Bosori.
It's located in the Kwabri East municipality of the Ashanti region.
All right. So
that's where I am currently standing.
We've watched the report, but beyond what the report had to show to us, how dire is the situation or how bad is the road?
Well, for close to 2 decades now, the constituency has experienced a lot of road infrastructure deficits here. Well, governments upon governments from the era of President Ajekum Kufuor to Atta Mills, and then President Mahama, and then came Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now we have President John Mahama. This has been the situation. Nothing has changed so far. The road is dusty, very terrible. Everyone who commutes here on this very road stretch complain. In fact, you realize that this particular town happens to be a center of the region. In fact, I would say that it actually links Bosori, from Kenyase, Bosori, Samang, Adumakase. And in fact, this particular region or this particular town is the shortest way that actually links it to the capital town, that is the Mamponting. And so this place, this road, people have been battling with dust and so many things. So this is the current situation of the road. So terrible. People complain of everything that goes on here, especially the dust. Residents here complain a lot about it. So we are here to understand what is really the challenge here. Fortunately for me, I have the incumbent member of parliament for the Kwabri East constituency, Honorable Akwesi Onyinai Champong. we would be speaking to. And in fact, we would also be having interaction with the community members here to understand the challenges they are having to face with. Not just the road, but then of course understand what really, aside the road challenges, what other challenges that they are having to deal with here as residents and people of the community. So we have one resident here to help us understand what really is the challenge here and what they are having to deal with. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you very much, sir.
What is your name?
Please, my name is Khalid Black. That's what everybody knows me.
How long have you been living here in this community?
Well, I've been in this community from 2009 till date. So it's been a while.
You mind telling me what exactly are your challenges here?
I should say our challenges are numerous and countless because we face them a lot, right from the bad nature of the road, how the sand, the dust, and the bad air we breathe in, how it affects us as community members and our immunes. And one most painful challenge is the fact that we have recorded numerous cases of miscarriages being caused by the road, and it's because of the bad nature of the road. Sometimes when it rains, the cars could not have access to have a smooth run on the road, and at times if there are no rains, the dust too affects you, and you see how the bad nature of the road, we don't have good vehicles running on the said road. So each time it moves, it bumps into potholes and it causes miscarriages a lot. So we have a lot of challenges that we have been facing. And so each time we voice out about the road, all we are told is to be on standby to hear a good news of completion. But the story keeps repeating itself. So it got to a time people were reading political meanings into it because the community, major chunk of the members of the community are believed to be on one side of the political party. So they don't even pay any care to that. Even if the road is not constructed, they don't care. They will just vote for their party. And that is what is affecting us much. The political play on this road is very bad, so it affects us a lot.
So now you realize that in fact this place is actually, I should say the constituency is actually the bank for the NPP, and of course, yes, you have not seen anything. Has any person talking about the leadership of the party, especially the NPP party, have they been in contact with you? What are they telling you exactly as there been a challenge? Because I'm sure, yes, I mean, sometimes they will come here, construct the gutters and the drainage and everything. What are they telling you?
Well, one of the most disappointing news we ever heard was in 2020 when the former PC, that is Francisca Kwekuotin, she came to campaign here, and after the election she was interviewed on one of the channels, and she was like she hasn't heard about a town called Busori and Samai, but she was here campaigning, and during the COVID-19 she was here sharing hand sanitizers and stuff. So why do you go ahead and say you are unaware of a town called Busori and Samai? It's very bad. And there was a year when one pastor called Obinim tried constructing the road for us. So he started from Bofodu right to some parts of Busori, but all we heard about the story was that he was told he wasn't given any approval for the road to be constructed, so he had to stop, and upon that he stopped, so it turned into something else. So what we are facing right now, the main challenge has to do with politics. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We will still try and talk to some other people who are here. In fact, you realize that in 2023, the then Minister of Roads and Highways, Honorable Amwakwata, was here in the constituency, who categorically stated that, in fact, it was the year of roads for this constituency. Well, that is yet to happen. I'm not too sure if that year of roads will actually happen this year or the next year. So I'm here with one food vendor who's been selling here for quite a number of years to understand also what she's having to deal with as a food vendor, wayside food vendor here. Good morning, Ajia.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
All right, so you sell here. What are your challenges talking about the road situation here?
Dust is killing us. Because of the dust. Hey, someone put him on an extension. Because of the dust, we don't feel free. You know, the dust, it serves as a source of diseases, so many diseases. So when it gets contact to the food, the buyers always complain about it. So that's the challenges we face here.
So you realize that, in fact, it causes a lot of challenges in talking about the health issues, food and dust. How are you dealing with this?
We have no option. We have to manage. So we are pleading for the government to come and fix the road. If not, we will die. We will die because of it. Because it's a slow killer. When it gets into you, you can feel sick. So we have no choice. So we are pleading for the government to come and fix it for us. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Hadia. So this is one of the residents who's actually sharing her experience as a wayside food vendor. In fact, she's been selling here for a number of years now, and this is what she's having to deal with as a wayside food vendor. The dust that actually accumulates on her food, as in when she's selling. In fact, she explains that this challenge is one that even drives some customers away from where she sells, which is actually hindering her economic life. And so it is dire here, very serious matter here. In fact, I would tell you that since 2000, Kofi Frimpong was the NP for the constituency, and then in 2016, Francisca Oting actually took over as the Member of Parliament. Now, fortunately, we have the incumbent Member of Parliament who is actually an NPP, on a ticket of the NPP, who is a person of Kwesi Onyinai Champong, who, in fact, we will be speaking with to understand what is really the challenge. In fact, it's actually a contract that was awarded. So we are trying to understand what is really the challenge here. Honorable.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And you are welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Right. So help us understand what is really the challenge here. This road was awarded under your government. What is really the challenge? Help us understand what is really happening.
Basically, the primary challenge was funding. So this has been awarded to the China Railway Company Limited, and is one of 3 road contracts that's been awarded to that company. So it's this stretch from Kenya Asibrofedu Junction through to Wadi Jumakasi to Abuaso Hospital Junction, and then you have the Marcy Road, then you have the Mamponting through to Dumana for same Wadi to Ahonjo. So basically 3 contracts. And they had raised IPCs, 11 IPCs, and 7.5 had been paid as at last month. So it's basically funding. So I had a meeting with them last month, and the assurance is that they are going to continue with the project, and they are going to start with the asphalting. So if you care to know, from Mampontain through Dumana for Wadie to Ahonjo, it's now being asphalted. So the process is begun with the cement and the sand mixed together. Work is ongoing at the moment. Once they finish that stretch, they are going to start from here, from the Kenya Sibrofiedu, passing through Bosore, Saman, and then to Abuasu. So it's a process, and as we know, money is difficult to come by, and the MPP government awarded these and many other contracts in the Kwabri East constituency And we are hoping that per the agreements that we've had with the Chinese Railroad Company Limited, they are going to follow through with the agreement and they are going to complete the roadworks as they've started.
So previously, the former Minister of Roads and Highways, Amakwata, in 2023 was here in the constituency. Yeah. He was very emphatic, said that this place, this year, that year was going to be the road of roads, for the constituency, and that still has not come up.
Yes. Well, I mean, man proposes, but God disposes. So, yes, the government promised. The good thing about it is that they started it. And even though we are not at the level that we wanted, but they started it and it's going to come to a good end. I mean, government is a continuum, it's a continuing process. So if this government is also continuing, it's in the right order. So, I mean, we want to plead with the people of Kwabri East and by extension, this stretch, Bosore, Saman, Kenyase, that they should exercise a bit of restraint. They know that we started with the Ahojo stretch and this will follow suit. So they should just, I understand. I came this morning, I took that route to get here. I understand the challenges they are facing. Dust is engulfing everywhere. You know, it poses health challenges, risky driving in this terrain. So we understand the challenges that they are facing because I'm a native of this place and we understand the challenges. So they should bear with us, kindly bear with us, and in no time the road will be completed.
This road has been over a decade, close to 2 decades, and still been talks of town. Like every year, every time, it's been talks upon talks. What is the guarantee that this dream is going to happen?
The only guarantee I have is the same company that has been awarded this road is the same company that is following through with the work on the other side. And so that's the assurance they've given me. And per the assurance, even though they are having monetary challenges, what they will do is that they will first give the first quote, on all these 3 roads. And then when they receive funding, they will give the proper asphalting. So the first coat will be the first black that they will put on it so that the dust will go away for a bit. And then when they receive enough funding, they will follow through with the asphalting. So that's the guarantee they've given me, and I'm holding them to their word. I keep following up with them, and they keep assuring me that this is going to continue. So, I mean, the resident, this is quite different from those times where the place will be graded and it will be left, gutters will be laid and it will be left and nothing will happen. But this time around, something is happening, something positive is happening. And we know that once they do the concrete mixed with the cement mixed with sand, then it shows that they are really ready to asphalt it, because no contractor would like to do that, huge sums of money into that and then let it go down the drain. So I'm very positive that they are going to follow through with their promise, and we are going to see asphalt in no time.
This is government-funded project. Is this going to be, it was a government-funded project. Is it still a government-funded?
Yes, it is still a government-funded project. And, so I asked these questions to the Minister of Roads a while back in the Parliament, and they assured us, it's all about assurances, but we know the road sector is bedeviled with a lot of, debt at the moment, not debt, but in outstanding payments that the government has to give to the various contractors. And we are just praying, our job is to keep pushing government, keep advocating for our people, keep telling them, letting them know the needs of our people, including this road, and also ensure that the funding is released enough and on time for them to complete it. So we keep pushing, and that's all we can do now at the moment. But as I said, I am confident that the China Railway Company will follow through with their promise.
These are challenges that people are actually complaining. It's bedeviling. It's so much for people to actually endure here. Are we going to have? Can you give us clear timelines as to when this is going to start and when we are expecting to, in fact, complete?
Well, when it comes to timelines, it's very difficult for me to give timelines. I want to be honest here, because, this funding that we are talking about, And a lot of things happen in between the giving of the promise and actually executing it. But what I'm confident, I keep reiterating, that I'm confident because they've started it. They've started in another stretch, and I'm confident because I know they will finish it. And just coming here, I saw them, they gave me assurance they are going to finish that stretch and come here. So that's the only assurance I will give. I know that Kwabri East has suffered from poor roads for a number of years, And, MP after MP, MC after MC, various individuals from various sectors or various places have, from all walks of life, have been, contributing and telling the government that Kwabri East needs roads. And I'll take this opportunity to reiterate the call to government that, Kwabri East is about 1/3 people. 2021 census, we are around 296,000. Even if you are given a 2% average growth rate per year, we are getting to 1/3 It's huge. Voters here, 146,000 voters. It's the biggest constituency in terms of numbers in the Ashanti region. So we need our share of the cake. And it's about time, right about time, that successive governments, follow through with their promises to the good people of Kwabri East. And we will continue to implore this government to do likewise.
Right, Honorable, thank you very much. But I want to understand, being as a leader and a spokesperson for the people here in this constituency, what are other challenges that people are actually having to face with, and how do you intend solving these challenges?
Basically, there are 6. Roads are part, markets are part, astroturfs, and the most challenging one is employment, youth and employment. The youth in the working age from the ages of 18 to 40 form about 49% of the population of Kwabri East. And if you want to know even the workforce, it goes up to 60. So it means that about more than half or even 70% of the people in Kwabri East are of working age. And so jobs. And we haven't, when the youth complete, we have 6 secondary schools here. After completion, most people don't get access to jobs. So it's one of the most bedeviling things that are, we are encountering here. And then the other 2 things are basically advocacy from their member of parliament, and also them seeing that, the member of parliament is on the ground and is working for them. And these 2, I'm actually, on it, and the residents can testify that they are advocating for them in parliament. I'm here, discussing with them what are the next challenges that we need to tackle. And so these 6 things are the major things that are bedeviling Kwabri East. Other things are there. So you have the Mampontein market that has been abandoned, stored since 2013. That's like 12 years now. 12 years, just a major market project is hanging. And I also asked a question to the local government minister, and he also assured me it's about 55% complete. And we hope, he told me that he's going to, it's one of the priorities of this government. And I'll also continue to implore him. And then the astroturfs, we have about 5 astroturfs. 1 is completed and 4 ongoing. We have Aboaso astroturf, we have Eshan, we have 2 astroturfs at Mampontein. And these are various stages of completion. And, football or sports is a very important thing in Kwabri East. We have a number of people who have played for in various Premier League teams. And so we continue to implore. Kwabri East has suffered enough. And it's about time that we get our fair share of the national cake.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So this has been the Minister of Kwabri, the Member of Parliament for Kwabri East Constituency, Honorable Akwesi Onyinai Champo. Now, we have here with me one person here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, boss.
What is your name?
My name is Efa Boache Enoch.
What do you do here?
I'm a headmaster of the school, modern school for technology, Bosore. So I'm here to also partake or to discuss about what is going on in my community, that is Bosore as large.
So, talking about being a teacher, being a headmaster, leading a head school, what are your challenges here in the town?
Well, one of my challenges, in fact, this community, or let's say this locality, the understanding of the education is very low. Especially we at the private sectors. we are facing a lot of challenges. I'm not here doing politics, but those days, most of the, what the public schools, the amenities that the government are providing to those people, you know, private schools also get their share. But nowadays, it's not like this. That, for instance, for registration fees, those days, public schools paid for registration fee. Private school also paid for registration fee. By now, government has released the burden from the public school to the private school. In fact, this is one of our challenges.
Right, now let's talk about the road situation here. What is really hampering education here? We're talking about is it hampering any education here? Talking about the road situation here.
In fact, for the road situation, let me say, it's a canker. It's a canker. And each and everyone is facing this challenge. Not about the education sector. I mean, those pregnant women, market women, and those staffs. We are all facing a lot of challenge considering the route. In fact, I'm sure coming from the Broford Junction to Bosore, how many takes you to reach this town? You spend about 30 to 1 hour because, by this route. It shouldn't take more than, let's say, 5 minutes. So, in fact, the system or the road, senior, is not good at all. It's not good at all.
Let's talk about punctuality. Do people come to school on time? What is the situation? Talking about, how people actually attend school.
The town, or let's say the school is situated at Bosore, but people come from far, let's say, town like Abuaso, Samai, Wamase, and other towns. They spend about 1 hour before coming to school. In fact, the road system is disturbing the school. It is disturbing the school. So I don't know. So we are appealing to the government to come around, to come and help us, because Bosore to Kumasi is not far distance. But check the situation of the road here, senior. It's not good at all.
All right, thank you very much. So this is our interaction with the people here, residents here in Bosore, in fact, who are lamenting over the poor nature of their roads. We've had a member of parliament for the constituency who have spoken to us on the way to go. In fact, he assures that, well, they have not been left abandoned. They are still, everything is still on course, and that people here should expect that they tend to have access to asphalted road.
All right, right.
It's been a talk of town.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for that extensive report and engagement with the people of the community as well as the minister and the headmaster. Right. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you later if we need any more information on the state of the roads in Bosore. Philip, so there you have it. There's been complaints or concerns of pregnant women losing their babies, which is a very sad one if you ask me, because having to take in seed and then you know that you're expecting as a woman or a mother and you get to lose your child because of the deplorable nature of the roads in your community by no fault of yours. Yes, by no fault of yours. And the fact that it's affecting their health in general, aside from the miscarriages and all of that, respiratory issues, if you ask me, because inhaling all of that dust throughout the day. And I'm even concerned about the food vendor who is situated right by the roadside. It may be that the food is covered all right, but when the food is opened, definitely find its way into the meal somewhere.
And from what we gathered, this road has been in a deplorable state from President Kufuor's era to date. It's not been fixed. Nothing has been done about it. And we are getting the information from the MP of the area. That is the area that he's saying that he's filed a question on this on the floor of Parliament. Hoping that the now Roads Minister Governors Kwame Agboja will come to their aid. We are just hoping that that will be done. Again, it's affecting school activities. You heard that the head teacher of an institution close also made mention of punctuality, people not coming to school, among other things. Well, what we've brought to you, we just hope that the authorities will heed to their part of the bargain and get the issues resolved. Mind you, we are telling your stories, and we are hoping that it's going to empower change in the various communities.
Right, so we'll take a quick breather here, but then right after that, we'll be bringing you our entertainment highlights for the morning. So do stay with us. There's more on Breakfast Daily.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome. Now let's get into our first highlight. Ghanaian preacher Nicholas Osei, popularly known as Kum Chacha, has revealed that former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo encouraged him to invest in the now defunct Men's Gold. Speaking in an interview on Adom FM, the Heaven's Gate Ministries founder said he sought the president's counsel on the investment and was advised to go ahead. Kum Chacha claims he visited the former president 3 times before making the decision. Men's Gold later collapsed, leaving many investors in financial distress. Now to our next highlight. Thousands gathered in Bamako on Sunday to honor the life of Amadou Bagayoko, one half of the celebrated Malian duo Amadou and Mariam, who passed away at age 70. A pioneer of Afro rock, Bagayoko rose to global fame with his wife Mariam through albums like Dimash a Bamako, produced by Manu Chao. Blind since adolescence, Bagayoko fused West African rhythms with rock influences, performing at Glastonbury, Coachella, and even for Barack Obama. Tributes poured in from music legends including Salif Keita and Youssou N'Dour, who hailed the couple as ambassadors of African music. His final performance was at the Paris 2024 Paralympics. Now let's enjoy a snippet from Amadou and Mariam. Now to our next highlight. Ghanaian actress Ahwonfe Patri, born Priscilla Opoku-Agyeman, has revealed she was asked for sexual favors in exchange for acting roles early in her career. Speaking on Max TV, she said the issue is widespread and affects various industries beyond entertainment. She recounted an incident at age 19 when a producer offered her a role only if she became personally involved with him. At the time, she declined due to being in a committed relationship. Years later, she said she encountered the same producer after becoming a well-known actress, reflecting on the troubling power dynamics young women face. Now to our last but not the least highlight. Popular Nigerian actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele says doing the dirty work is essential for anyone seeking true success. In an interview on the With Today podcast, she emphasized hard work, dedication, and staying grounded as pillars of her achievements. Akindele, known for her box office dominance, added that originality, self-awareness, and intentionality have been key to her 4-year winning streak. While acknowledging the role of spirituality, she stressed the importance of not letting grief or personal challenges disrupt her focus or drive. Now let's get the details of this week's Channel 1 TV Top 10 Countdown.
Number 10. Number 9.
Baby, shake it to the max. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Number 8.
describe my feelings. Give me all the love when I needed. Oh, your name is the one more. Could I ask for? That's the way that you
Number
make me
6.
feel. I've been like good girl someday. Sure. Good girl someday.
Number 5.
But when someone so she's not mine.
Somebody steal my baby. You know that I carry your love.
Number 4.
I'm a talent to say your mind. Then go here next door and every door. I'm a talent to.
Number 3. Number 2. Number 1.
If you see the lights, remember that I was with you. When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. I saw Iko, I saw Iko, I saw Iko.
And this is how we conclude today's session of Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news and content, visit GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
My stalker's lover, my favorite sinner. Look what you've done to me. My favorite liquor, baby, my father, can't you see? No, it's me, baby. Is it me, baby? Think of you lately. No, it's me, baby. Is it me, baby? Although never love you like I can. Right away, knew when I saw you far away. They spend the whole day making me cry. I call my down Sam. I just pray, say God go hold us, hold me tight and never let go. And then all I call my down Sam. Oh, oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye. I've sent all the signals, yet you still got me friend zone. Then you go leading me on. I'm so confused. I really, really like you. So close, but I can't get to you. Time I try, I crush. No, it's me, baby. Is it me, baby? No, it's me, baby. Oh no, don't never love you like I could. Right away, knew when I saw you far away. They spend the whole day making me cry. I call my down Sam. I just pray, say God go hold us, hold me tight and never let go. When and all, I call my down Sam. Oh, oh. Aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. aye, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. Ooh. So I'm gonna teach you all at home, so sing with me. Crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, crocrome, crocrome. Oh mama che wache, efie me sanye. Oh mama tinisio, mame hunye na fo crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh mato etio, brana betu, udo yemedo, udo yemedo, mi huwana me hu yemedo. When I'm who I am, Gigi. I am Gigi, yeah. Please stay today, today and forever. A day, baby, this way. Crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, crocrome. Crocrome, no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh yeah. Crocrome, no biambe fa, oh yeah. Crocrome, no biambe fa, oh yeah. Crocrome, no biambe fa, oh crocrome, crocrome. Kai kai daedi namayedin the way you do me, yeah. Simi kai kai daedi nami do me the way you do me. Please stay tonight, tonight and forever. A day, baby, this way. Crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 this way. Crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh crocrome, 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 no biambe fa, oh.
The legend. You sing so well. I love your
much.
voice.
I appreciate it.
Sing like a songbird. Anyway, talking about you and music, tell, for the purpose of those who do not know you, or for someone who is watching for the first time, tell us what you do and who you are as a musician.
Okay, so my name is S the Legend. I am a singer, I'm a songwriter, I rap sometimes, and I also do my own shows.
Oh, you rap?
Yes.
Well, I heard you rapping early on, but I thought it was just a thing on that particular song.
I mean, sometimes I rap, but I mostly sing.
That's beautiful. So, speaking of which, how long have you been doing all these? And do you do all of them together like currently, or there's a time where you say, okay, this year I'm just doing singing and then I switch to rapping and all of that?
I guess with the music, it's all about the energy. So whatever I'm feeling with regards to that, I do. But what was the first question again? What was the first question again?
So I was asking that, do you do all of them together as an artist, or you do it as and when?
I do, I mean, as and when, but also whatever like is the mood and the moment is dictating.
Speaking of mood and moment, how do you draw your energy?
For me, it's innate, you know, so it's just something that wants to come out. So I just let it come out, but also I stay positive by, you know, paying attention to the people who big me up, you know.
Who are those?
Oh, there are a bunch of people, like shout outs to everybody,
Right.
to the supporters, to the producers, to the fellow musicians who support me, to everybody, my family, my friends. Shout outs to those who came with me today. Shout outs to the amazing guitarist, you know.
Right,
Yeah,
of
so
course.
I mean, I just stay positive or draw energy from the good people around me, and then I just avoid the other ones.
Right, I'll be asking you something very interesting that's happening in your life currently. But before I go on to that, how long have you been doing music?
I've been doing music for roughly 6 years now.
6 years.
Yeah.
This year you've been nominated for the VGMA and Sang category.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great that all the hard work and consistency I have put in is finally being seen.
Yeah.
And I have a song called Notice Me I just released this year, and I'm being noticed, so I'm just manifesting everything as it comes. So I'm very happy, you know, to be part of the unsung category, and my people will vote for me. Vote for me.
I'm sure they will. They are watching, and I'm sure they'll vote for you. But before you leave us, how do people vote for you? How do we get in touch with you? If someone needs you, I'm sure you are open for performances and appearances and all of that. So how do people reach out to you?
So they can reach me out on my socials. That is SD Legend, ESSTHEE Legend, on all social media platforms. The voting link is in my bio, so just go there and click on my link, and and also in the TGMA bio as well.
Right. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
And then we here are hoping that you bag the award and come back
Amen.
to talk about it.
Yes.
So congratulations in advance.
Thank you so much.
It's been great having you.
I appreciate you.
Right. So that was S the Legend. Right now it's about time we have another beautiful conversation. The Scribe production is up to something. They are cooking something. So if you're a theater lover or if you're a lover for stage plays, you may want to be on the lookout for this. Philip is about to have a conversation. But before that, let's take a look at this video.
With only 24 hours to pay his huge debt, a public servant runs into hiding in an abandoned house. But the abandoned house is more than an abandoned house.
Anyone here? This place looks dusty. Can anyone hear me, please? Mouse!
Scribe Productions presents Kobna Answer's heart-pounding one-man original musical, The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. Date, Easter Friday, April 18th and Easter Saturday, April 19th at the National Theatre. Time is 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. each day. Rate is a cool 150 Ghana cedis. Dial *714*003*9# to grab yours now. Hotline 054-609-8082. Media partners, City FM and Channel 1 TV. The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. With only 24 hours to pay his huge debt, a public servant runs into hiding in an abandoned house. But the abandoned house is more than an abandoned house.
Anyone here? This place looks dusty. Can anyone hear me, please? Mouse!
Scribe Productions presents.
So definitely this is going to be a very interesting stage act. You should join on the day of the program. But the producers themselves are here to have a conversation with us, led by the man himself, Eugene Evans.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
I love stage acts.
All right.
It tells a good story when you're on the stage. You are able to read your lines well. If you don't get your lines, you miss it.
Exactly.
Yes, maybe somebody will be in the corner tipping in few things for you. But tell us about this production, The Saint in the Devil's Shoes.
Yeah, so the Saint in the Devil's Shoes, well, Scribe Production, written by Kobna Answer, and directed by him also.
Okay.
This is our 10th year. We've been in the game, in the industry. We've staged about eight plays actually.
Wow,
yes.
beautiful.
So we thought it wise, do something a little bit crazy. So we decided to stage a one-cast musical.
Wow.
Yes, so one cast on stage for 2 hours, which is The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. So it basically touches on a number of social issues, but mainly on corruption.
Oh.
Yes, so a heavily indebted public servant had just 24 hours, to pay off his debt. And he runs to escape from his debt collectors into an abandoned building, but that was the beginning of his woes.
Whoa.
That is what you need to come see. He went through it all, the suspense, the chills, the thrills. emotions running up and high. It was something else.
Is that with the current happening in society, or say what is happening in the economy, or is it limited to what is happening in Ghana? That what's motivated Kobina and Sa to come out with such a script and also direct this kind of play?
So first off, this was actually written about last year, so it's not in any way related. However, I mean, corruption is corruption.
Yeah, corruption has been
and we
for a
are
long
actually
time.
tackling it from the angle of bottom to up. You know, usually when you say corruption, we're just looking at the man on the top, you know, the politicians and all of that. We were looking at, you know, the little some things we do in the office and the, you know, even on the streets, driving on the shoulders of the road, jumping red lights, you know, we are tackling
the police officer.
You know, and sometimes we think like, oh, this is nothing. You know, we are just looking at the bigger picture. We are tackling it from the bottom up. Yeah, so yeah, corruption, everyone involved.
So how is it going to be like? Is it just one man going to be on stage and say lines, or they are going to be ins and outs? Tell us how they.
So it's gonna be just one man on stage. But like I said, it's fused with music. So we've written 11 original songs for display. Songs you haven't heard anywhere before. Yeah. So there's no interjections. It's just one person, which is me, on stage for 2 solid hours. Very intense.
Very intense.
Very, very intense.
I'm sure viewers will be very willing to be on board and come, but I would just say that if you remember your lines, you should give us some few
Not
freestyle.
putting me on the spot.
Freestyle on TV, and this is actually going to move people to come. I'm sure that after the freestyle, I'll ask you further questions.
Okay, maybe something later. I don't have to give them too much. Pablo, my good old friend. What a painful death. A death that denies one's evidence. That even the evidence of death, a corpse. This young man went on a journey to make ends meet, but has gone to meet his end. You know, this is not the first time, and it will not be his last. As long as this continent keeps failing, the poverty war. I mean, pretty much, a little bit of that. So it's just one of the moments he was going through the emotional moments where he lost someone dear to him, some way, somehow connected to the house he's in. Yeah, pretty much it, yeah.
Do you only do stage, or you do other ones?
So I do film, but mainly I love stage. I've been doing stage since 2016.
Why do you love stage?
I love stage because, listen, no disrespect to those on the screen, but sometimes, you know, when you go for a screen, it's like, oh, cuts, let's take it again, let's do it again. You're like, you know what, on stage we don't do this. We keep it moving. I love stage because it puts you on your toes. Like, this is not the time to forget your lines, because your last cue is someone's cue to come in and all of that. So it's the adrenaline and the energy it gives you. You know, so I'll choose stage over film any day. But once in a while, you know,
you do film.
I do film. But
well, I used to do stage, and I love stage because when you are acting, you tend to connect with the audience.
Right.
Someone is giggling in there, and it gives you the morale to do it more.
Unlike the film, like you just recorded, that's it there.
But with stage, you would have to chew and pour.
Is that it? Yeah. I mean, chew and pour. But not entirely chew and pour, because if it's just in your mind as chew and pour, anything can happen on stage, and you don't have to improvise whilst you're keeping your last cue so that the next person doesn't miss his line. So it's not entirely chew and pour. It's like chew, but, you know, keep it in check.
I'm sure my co-host has one or two things to say about this. Let me try and bring her on so that she will tell us what she thinks of this play. That is The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. That will be happening on the 18th and 19th of April 2025. But Eugene Evans is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're going to give us details of when this event is happening, where it will happen.
Exactly.
The charges that will be put out there, or the damages it comes with, among other things. He will tell us. But this is the play we are hoping to see very soon on stage.
Yes.
It's not film that is acted that is going to be aired. No. This is stage, so you get to connect with the actors.
Live, you know. You get to see what they are doing. And then I like the fact that he mentioned that it's not chew and pour. Just as you, I've also done stage before.
Oh, right.
I used to do that in high school. And it's compelling.
Yeah.
It needs you to be very active. Your brains are working the whole time.
Yeah.
And just as you said, the sight of seeing the people you are doing it in front of gives you a certain momentum, makes you feel that, oh, I'm actually doing something right, because you read the mood, you read their expressions and all of that, and it excites you even more. But talk to us, when is this happening? How can people even be a part of it if they want to?
So it's happening next weekend, which is the Easter Friday and Saturday, 18th and 19th of April.
Okay.
At the National Theatre. Cool price, 150 Ghana cedis for a ticket. Yeah.
Very cool, actually.
Right.
So what time slots are there? Is it?
So we have 2 showings. We have 3 p.m. and 7 p.m.
Okay.
For each day.
Right.
Yes.
So if you're unable to make it for the 3 p.m., you can do 7 p.m. So you have nothing to lose at all.
And it's just 2 hours. You just do it. Come and enjoy one person on stage connecting with the audience. It's actually more of the very interactive, dealing with the audience, you know, and you can dial star 714 star 003 star 9 hash. Again, star 714 star 003 star 9 hash to purchase the tickets, or you can call our hotline on 0546 098 082. The number again is 0546 098 082. Right.
Well,
Beautiful.
so that is it. The Saint in the Devil's Shoes, happening on the 18th and 19th of April 2025, Easter Friday and Saturday. It's certainly going to be an interesting moment. If you are home, make sure that you are taking your kids and the entire family to the
children friendly though.
Yeah, it is. And I believe that when it comes to theater, usually you're like, okay, let's take them away, but they have to be part of the conversation from the start. Regardless of the topic being spoken about, we need to teach our children, because trust you, the socials are already teaching them a lot.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Eugene Evans.
Yeah, thank you too for having me.
You are being starred in there. Maybe since you've closed one eye, people don't know that you are the one. You are the one in there, and he gave us lines on live on set. So make sure that you go to the place on the 18th and 19th of April next week and ensure that you enjoy yourself. Evans, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the support.
But we have another exciting event that will come your way, Easter Orphan Project. Well, this project is a great one because you would have to ensure that you sow seed or you contribute to ensuring that orphans are being fed, they are being supported, they are being kept, and some selected orphanages in Ghana will take the items there, and this is happening on Easter Monday, 21st of April 2025. Kindly support this annual Easter Orphan Project in the quest of we trying to feed the children, we trying to maintain them and trying to help them through the challenging moments of life. So on your screens, you can see there, Channel 1 TV, City FM, bringing to you Easter Orphan Project.
Philip, one thing I like about the Easter Orphan Project is the fact that, look, we understand that it is by no fault of these children that they are less privileged or they are orphans. But that notwithstanding, we shouldn't leave them to their fate. So we here at Channel 1 TV and City FM, it's just our way of giving back to society, telling them that all hope is not lost. We are here for you. If you feel like you're an orphan and there's no mommy, no daddy, we are going to be your mommy and your daddy right here. So this is just another way to support them. This is just another way to let them feel, to bridge the social gap. You get it, to bridge the social gap and to let them feel that you are also a part of us. You're also a part of it and we want to help in their development or as much their growth. So this is just our way of supporting them. So be a part of it. You can take the opportunity to as well send us your donations and all that you have to sow your widow's mite in the lives of these children. So that's the details that was just on your screens right now. So be a part of it and be a blessing to a child out there.
So make sure that you join us Easter Monday, 21st of April 2025. That is how we wrap up today's edition of Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. It started with Nana Tufo Boateng with the paper review and also having the guest on board to dissect and trisect the papers. We went to Bosoro to bring you that road report, also in Damongo on the sanitation issue. Tomorrow, we will be coming to a community near you, so stick and stay with us on Channel 1 TV, Breakfast Daily. My name is Philip Nihilate.
And my name is Jifa Kedi Akutu. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this with you, of course, this morning. Do send us your stories or your community issues via the WhatsApp number 02044470033. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m.
Bye.
Good evening, and you're very welcome to Friends and Family Show. Tonight, you are watching that famous TV show that on this platform, we get real, we laugh, we cry, we bond over so many matters that matter. You're very welcome to the show one more time. This evening, you're in for something very spectacular. We're getting into conversations that are very interesting, may be very sensitive, but we need to talk about these. If we do not, other people who are going through it might not know how to maneuver themselves around that. So one more time, you're very welcome to the Friends and Family Show. My name is Noyo Kwote. The show is always interactive, and you can be part of it. All right, darling, now that we are settled and you're home, probably you're watching with your mama, you're watching with your friends, you're watching with everybody. I want you to know that you're in for that incredible experience this evening. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. We'll get into our very, very important conversation this evening. You're welcome.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesday, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
All right, you're welcome back to the Friends and Family Show, live on Channel 1 TV. My name is Noyo Kwote, and tonight we're talking about something that's a bit sensitive. People shy away from it. Lots of people don't want to talk about it, but we have chosen to actually throw more light on it. It is something that lives with us, so we have to agree and throw more light on it so other people can know what this is all about. We're talking about addictions. Yes, there's so many addictions, different types of addictions, so many. To the extent I know that you and I have minor addictions. I don't know if there's anything that's minor, but they are addictions. And for me, I can say that people around me I know have phone addictions. We don't really pay attention to that, but people are actually addicted to their phones. But we're getting into addictions and all kinds of addictions. Today, I have four gentlemen in the studio with me, and we'll be talking to Walter, who is the manager of House of St. Francis Clinic and Rehabilitation Center, internationally certified addiction professional. Hi, Walter. All right, and we have Alan Menz as well, who's the resident counselor and house manager of Iris Place Treatment Facility. Okay, so substance use disorder counselor. Yeah. You're welcome, Alan.
Thank you.
And I have Pastor Yoshi, who's the branch manager, Chosen Generation of Jesus Christ. Exactly. You're very welcome, Pastor Yoshi.
Thank you so much.
And finally, we have John Asogonde, who is an author for Unchange, and he's also an entrepreneur. You're very welcome, John.
Thank you.
All right, so we're talking about addictions. It's actually really broad. I know that. I know that addictions are very, very broad. So I'll start off with you, John. And as someone who has struggled with alcohol and drug addiction in the past, have you made it a point, at some point, to, you know, you've actually made it a point to provide safe places for people?
Right.
Right. So through your book that you have written, how have you done this? Have you put everything in there? Can people just grab it and get everything that they need to know?
Yes, absolutely.
First of all, I'd want for you to talk about the book too.
Right. So I had my struggles with alcohol and drugs, as any young person may, experiment with and fall into addiction. And mine started way back in junior high school. I was just experimenting with alcohol. Okay. I didn't even like the taste, but unfortunately, I grew gradually into, becoming a daily user and then started smoking as well when I was in school.
Was that as a point of peer pressure?
Yes, definitely peer pressure played a major role in it, but I was also very curious and wanted to experiment for myself.
Right.
And I think a lot of people do that, but unfortunately you could end up moving from that experimental stage to becoming a recreational use, and then to the abuse, and even to addiction. And so that's how it happened for me, and I got addicted to the substances. But in 2018, I became clean by the grace of God.
That's nice.
And I've made it my mission since then to help, you know, other people who may be struggling with the same habits, because I know firsthand, you know, how dangerous it is and how, you know, severe it was for me. And so I published my first book in 2019. That was only focused on marijuana abuse. And then I taught some schools, spoke to students, inspired people. And so 6 years down the line, I published my second book, Unchained, which delves deeper into life after addiction, because sometimes you can get off the substance, but what do you do with your life beyond that? You know, and luckily for me, I've been able to transform myself with the grace of God from then till now, you know, starting businesses, having a new identity for myself. So I thought it was important to also put that message out that even after the addiction, your life can still become better.
Better. That's beautiful. I'm very proud of you. Very beautiful. Right. So before we move away to deeper questions, I would want for us to explain to our viewers. Any of you can answer this. What exactly is addiction? If we say addiction, what exactly? We know we have the dictionary, you know, meaning to addiction. But if you can give more flesh to what addiction really is. Anyone can take this.
All right, so I'd like to have a take on this.
All right, sure.
So